Hey everyone, how are y'all? Cheryl, how are you feeling? Hold on, y'all. I'm just catching up real quick. Laura, I hope it does. It's showing right now that it's going to go to the north of us, the bad part of it, but we're still under a tornado watch right now. So, oh, shit. Okay. Hey Glowbug, how are you? And yeah, Laura, I'm doing all right. I still have a fever though, y'all. It's like I can't get rid of it, but I do have meds for it, so hopefully it'll help. Hey Carrie, how are you? Get all my stuff all. Hey Che, how are you? I see I didn't get the notification. I literally just went live like a minute and a half ago. Okay, I guess Nightbot is wanting to take the night off again. What the heck? Hey Michelle. Hey headphones, how are you? Okay, there we go. All right. Just pinning the email to the top. Oh, Glowbug, that sounds like so much fun. Happen to be at work this late at night. Hey Sandra, how are you? Your input on the release today. Oh, Carrie, there's like some, I don't know if I call it juicy stuff that they found, but there's some very interesting stuff that they found on there that they have on that list. And like I said, the storms are supposed to hit me tonight. I'm hearing that they're like super bad. Hey, Emerald Queen, are y'all doing okay with the storm coming through? Um, it's like between the Shreveport area and uh, Dallas right now. Hey, Gregory, how are you? So I'm gonna try to get through all of my stuff before it hits. Renee, how are you? Yes, we only have bad wind damage, not tornado in my town, but storms are coming later. Yeah, Che, they're on their way here, but it's showing on the hey Tamari, it's showing on the weather app that I have that the bad part of the storms are going to go north of us where I'm at. So I'm hoping that they do. But I'm hearing the ones that went through Dallas and all through East Texas is like really bad. Weather app said storms were worse than they really. Okay, well that's good to know, Emerald Queen. At least y'all were okay. I know about where you and Werewolf Queen are at, so hopefully they won't be as bad. Hey, the other Sharon, how are you? Winds were crazy in Texas. I hope that they're not that bad once they get here. I have trees all around my house. Hold on just 1 second, y'all. Okay. Hey, Judy, how are you? A tornado did hit the city, but not in my part. No loss of life. Thank you for you. Oh, Gregory, that is awesome news. Not the tornado part, but that nobody was hurt or passed from it. See towers on the outskirts of the storm. Austin got worse. Oh, wow. Well, hopefully, Emerald Queen and Werewolf Queen, hopefully by the time it gets to me, it won't be that bad. It's showing it's going to go north of me, so we're just supposed to get the rain, but not the the bad part of it. And I'll get my stuff pulled up here in just 1 second. Uh, Let's see, my kids live in Austin. They're okay, but it was rocking. Oh, wow. See, that's what I don't like is the wind. Like I said, I have a bunch of trees around my house. So the thunder, lightning, heavy rain don't bother me. I just don't like the wind. Yeah, by the time it gets to you, I doubt it's going to be that bad. Emerald Queen, I hope not. I'm going to take your word for it, so hopefully it's not. I'm going to keep up with it. And, if it shows that it's going to start getting bad, I may have to end the live early, but I am going to try to get through all of the most important stuff tonight, especially the list of stuff that they got um, out of the house and out of the car. We have both of those lists now, and they did find some very interesting things in there. Hey, Boomer Girl, how are you? She's sending you well wishes your way for speedy recovery. Thank you, I appreciate that. Sure, I could stick around, but have to leave home at 6 for a 4-hour trip. Okay, well, Boomer Girl, I hope you are safe on your trip. Let me go jump over here and grab my stuff. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do first. May do the house first. Hey, Angel, how are you? Hold on, I gotta put this on my computer. And then I gotta go grab, which I think I have on my phone. Let me make sure. I had to grab a screenshot of the stuff that was typed out because the writing on this is like super horrible. We do different report writing standards in PA. Jen, I don't know. It's the writing, and some of y'all have probably seen it. For the ones who haven't seen it, y'all will see here in just a second what I'm talking about, because it's really bad, the writing. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for the super chat. She says a friend of mine uses an app called My Radar. It seems to be pretty accurate, and I recommend it. Yeah, the one I use is for our local weather here in the area. I don't want to say the area, but in the area of the state that I'm in, it has like the whole shows my area over into Texas. But thank you so much for that super chat. Okay. Hey Stevie, how are you? The cops would make great doctors. Yeah, it is. The handwriting is just. It literally looks like, hey, Simple Butterfly, how are you? It looks like you took a bunch of chickens and you dipped their feet in some ink and you just let them walk all over the paper. Hey, Just the Facts, how are you? Okay, where are we at? Here we go. Happy Friday Eve. Um, oh, Eve, I was about to say, Just the Facts, you must be in a different country than where I'm at. And Simple Butterfly, I'm still sick, but I am feeling better. I still have a fever, but I'm starting to feel a little bit better now. Okay. Take all this off of here. All right. Give me just a second. I don't know why I didn't have these. Code pulled up already on my computer, but government was here. Let's see, glad you're for the minute. Just the facts, thank you. What the heck? Hold on, y'all. Okay, thank you, Angel. No, sample butterfly, I didn't. But I did have 100.1 fever earlier. I took my meds. I feel a little bit better. And that was really the only time today I had one. So hopefully it's going away. Okay. Yes. All right. I'm getting both of these put on the same thing here. Okay, so that one's the car. I need the house first to show everyone. Okay. So let's get it pulled up here. All right. And like I said, once y'all see this writing, y'all will understand why there has to be. I have to read this off of something else because it's really bad. This is just a search warrant. It's the stuff that they took from the house. Sea fevers can be a good thing at a low temp, fighting off fires. Right, that is true. Just the facts. Hey Jan, how are you? And thank you. Hey 9mm, how are you? Okay. All right. So as y'all can see, this is just the same search warrant. It says the same thing. It was done. It was issued on December 29th at 4:35 p.m. They had to have it served by December the 31st at 4:35 p.m. So it's basically the same thing. So we're going to go down here. This is all of this is all the same um, as what we showed last night. This is the different part. I have to zoom it in so y'all can see it a little bit better. Okay, can everybody see this okay? Hey Rebecca, how are you? And it is sloppy, but hopefully y'all can see it. Okay, so the first thing that they have, get everything situated on here. Okay. Hey Sama, how are you? Okay. Okay. All right, y'all can thank you, Gregory. Hey Rum Runner, how are you? All right. So the first thing that they have on here, and this is like I said, everything that they took out of the house. They found a knife, and I wish that they would have give a little bit more description of each item. Hey Rigger22, how are you? Hey King Scarlet. I wish they would have did a description on each thing, but they did. But they found a knife. They found a book with underlining on page 118. Now, again, I wish they would have said what type of book it was, but for whatever reason, they thought that this book with this underlining on page 118 is significant, that they put it in here and took it. All right. They also found an AT&T bill for Bryan C. Kohberger. I feel like I'm okay, Che, that's fine, honey. All right, so they found an AT&T bill for Bryan C. Kohberger. Then they found a Glock 22, a Gen 5. On here it says what looks like to me it says Generation 5 or Gen 5 on this thing that is typed up that I have. It says a Gen S, but either way, it's a Glock 22 40 caliber, and it has the serial number on here. So they did find a gun in the house. Then they find a Smith & Wesson pocket knife, which really isn't unusual. Thank you, King Scarlet. Okay, found it interesting. The number 1 knife just said that no brand, description, etc. But on number 5 brand, exactly, Jen. Number 5, they put a Smith & Wesson. And then there's another knife that they found, and they said it was whatever cutlery knife with a leather sheath. So I wonder if number 1 that they have on here is the knife that he did this with. That would be an awesome thing if they found the murder weapon. I don't think it would change anything, just the fact that they have it, though. Okay, probably about knife, but they want us to speculate it's a K-bar. Yeah, I wish that they would have put, excuse me, I wish that they would have put if it was a fixed blade knife, if it was like a folding knife, it would, like, a little bit more description on it instead of just knife. But like Jen said, it's kind of funny. For number 5, they put a Smith & Wesson pocket knife. All right, so then they found a folder containing vehicle paperwork. More than likely, that's, I would assume, for Bryan's car. Then they found an Acer laptop. And then they just put the model number and all that on there. Documenting all. There's a lot of stuff in here that they document, like the model number and all that on the Acer laptop. Seems like they would have been a little bit more descriptive with everything else. So I hope Michelle, I do too. That would be an awesome thing if they found it at his parents' house. Maybe not identified at the point of collecting. First knife. Start looking today in true crime. So have they found Tyler Doyle yet? I know last time I looked they hadn't found him. And there goes out the door people's theory that because he was a vegan. King Scarlet, I thought about that. About the leather sheath. But I'm wondering, because it was found in his parents' house, if it's his or if it was his parents. It was a type of cutlery knife or whatever. So I'm wondering which one, like, who did it belong to in the house and what significant reason was it that they took it. Hey, Kim, how are you? Maybe it was bring your 3rd grader to work. I think a 3rd grader could have wrote better than this, honestly. Okay. All right, so let's see. Then they found green leafy substance in a green container. More than likely that was weed. I don't think that's a big deal either. Okay. Then they just found some documents. They don't say what type of documents. Is it medical documents? Is it school documents? What type of documents? Dan, yes, it is. And I do have I have the typed out version of it as well that I'm reading off of my phone that I'm going to pull up here in a minute. I just wanted to show uh, the actual documents first. Okay, so they found the green leafy substance in a green container. Then they found the documents. Then they found some green leafy substances in a plastic bag. Once again, more than likely weed. Don't think that's a big deal. I think the knife and the gun and all that is more of a big deal than weed. Mom wanted me to let you know she's listening but can't type in chat. Okay, that's fine. Werewolf Queen, thank you. Okay, then they had white paper with a password on it. That password could go to anything. Dan, yeah, I'm thinking that's probably what it is. It's probably just weed. Okay. All right, so they found the white paper with a password. Number 12 was a power cable. Let me scroll up here real quick. So they found a power cable that could be to the computer, that could be to the cell phone, because it has cell phone L number 13. Um, I'm assuming that is probably his phone, because that was the only cell phone that was listed. All right. Then they found three Glock 40 caliber magazines. All three were empty. They don't say anything on here about finding any type of 40 caliber ammunition. Just the gun and three magazines, which all three were empty. So, okay, then they find some books. Don't know what kind of books. Could be school books. I'm pretty sure he brought his school books with him. Michael Kohberger has horrible writing too. Oh, did y'all see Bryan? His signature the other day. Well, I think it was last night I showed it. Like how bad it looked when all the stuff that he had on that they took from him. I mean, yeah, Michael Kohberger's. I mean, you can't even read his. It literally looks like he did a bunch of circles when he wrote in cursive. Okay. Okay. So after the books, number 16, they found a black face mask or black face mask. See how to cook human remains book. I don't know. And Dan, they don't say what type of book it is. And I do believe that there's somewhere on this list that they do find some other books and they tell what type of books they are. Unless he had a concealed permit, he would not have been able to travel through several states, including Colorado, with a gun not visible and loaded. Maybe one no ammo. Yeah, we don't even really know who the gun belongs to either. uh, it could have been his dad's, or his. I mean, they did leave the serial number on there, so I don't know. See, my ex had the best writing for a god. Okay, so after the black face mask, they found some prescription or a prescription. And more than likely, they're not going to tell what that's for. All right, so then after the prescription, they find some black gloves. Wait, I had a seizure while signing a letter way more legible than this. It seems like people and everybody's handwriting that I've seen come out of the Pennsylvania Police Department involving this case, their handwriting is not that good. Yeah, and it doesn't say. I'm assuming with it saying just black gloves, they wasn't like latex gloves or medical gloves or whatever. And then they found, okay, so after the black gloves, they found one black hat, one black mask. 9mm. So I'm assuming the black mask could have been just stuck down inside the black hat. It's crazy how they're finding this stuff though that they have in the PCA that Dylan said that he was dressed in all black with a mask on. Hey Susie Q, how are you? So maybe some of this stuff, this black clothing that they're finding, maybe it's from that night. Maybe he wasn't smart enough to get rid of the clothes. So he he just watched them and kept them for whatever reason. Okay, let me go down to the next page. All right, so number 20. Okay. So number 20 is it says personal identification or identifying documents. Then they found a pair of New Balance shoes. Then they found a dark colored jacket. And then they put right below it dark jackets with an S. This dude has a lot of dark clothing. He has dark colored shirts, and I'm assuming because they're putting an S behind all these, making it plural. Dark jackets, dark colored shirts, dark colored pants. I'm assuming that they just, instead of naming what each one of them were or what brand or size or whatever, they just put it like that because there was multiple ones. So it says dark jackets, dark colored shirts, dark colored pants, and then they put clear plastic glove. Let's see. New Balance shoes do not have diamond shaped pattern that I could find. Okay, thank you, Crumb Crazy. I think the only one. Hey, Laura, how are you? I think the only shoes other than the Vans that we had talked about that had the diamond shaped pattern on the bottom of them was the Converse, Chuck Taylors. But they're a bigger diamond pattern. And Roger, I don't know. They on the New Balance shoes, they don't put a size on it. So I don't know if they're Bryan's New Balance shoes or if they're his dad's or whose they are. I wish they would have been, like I said, more descriptive with this stuff. Obsessed for Disneyland, thank you so much for that super sticker. That's very nice of you. All right. So we've got the clear plastic glove. All right, let me get back. 25 is crossed out. Okay, hold on. Let me get the thing pulled back up here now. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted. Give me just a second, y'all. Okay. Okay, so they have. See, the thing that I'm reading off of, they did not put numbers with it, but on the paper, number 20 is the top line, personal identifying documents. Then 21, the next line is the New Balance shoes. Then they go to 22 and they do 22A, which is a dark colored jacket. 22B as dark jackets. 22C is the dark colored shirts. 22D is the dark colored pants. And then, let's see. Then they do 23A. Okay, so wait a minute. This has got more on it. Okay, so they have dark colored shirt, dark colored shirt, dark colored shirt. 24A is dark colored pants. 24B is dark colored pants. Okay, let's scroll up. 25. Okay, 25 is a clear plastic glove. So they did mark it out right here, and then they put clear plastic glove over here. And then 26 is a laptop with damage. Okay. The biggest clue answer yet. Item photograph and not taken. I wonder what that was. Because that is on here also. Okay, there's the laptop with damage. Number 27 is. Hold on. So why do they have one laptop with. They have it twice. 26 and 27 as laptop with damage. And then 28 It's a record of sale of the Glock 22 Gen S 40 cal. Hold on a second. Dan, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Okay, it literally looks like French from this perspective. I'm telling you, it looks like they just dropped a bunch of chickens on it and just let them go to town on the writing. Seriously. Okay. I don't. Somebody else said, why not just write it down, and then when you get to the office, type it up on the actual legal document. Type it all up, and then sign it instead of doing it like this, because it makes it hard to read this. All right, so let's see. So we got the laptop with damage, then we got the record of sale Glock 22 Gen S 40 cal. Then there is an item photographed but not taken. And that's all they say. They don't give any other anything else about it, like any type of description on it as well. All right. Then they've got a note that was in a desk. Yeah, Kim, it says item photographed but not taken. So then they got the note in the desk, and then somebody else broke this down. The next few things. A criminal psychology book. Now see how they put what type of book this was. But on the other one they just put book, and then the one that had the underlining on page 118, they didn't put what it was. Hey Leo, how are you? Okay. And then it just says documents and something else, and it says university. And I can't see what the next word is. And on the thing that was typed up that I have, it just says documents. Maybe he used a gun to threaten him. I don't know. See, by the way, you deserve a gold star for being able to read that writing. Rum Runner, it's very hard. But I do have a little cheat sheet. Somebody did type it up, and I grabbed it, took a screenshot of it off of Twitter. So, okay, so some of this is not as bad. It looks like somebody else wrote it. Number 33 is an extra large Columbia Navy fleece. Okay, then there is a man's hand drawing, is number 34. Girly girl, how are you? Maybe he just bought the gun. King's Girl, he could have. Um, then again, it could have been his dad's. I don't know. Hey, Coffee Cake, how are you? Okay, it's shocking when you see this written down, but in any of this is a big surprise. But is any of this a big surprise? There's a few things that's interesting in here, Coffee Cake. Okay, check your email. I sent you the entire thing. Okay, thank you. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. Plastic. Okay, give me just 1 second. Okay, documents into Sale University. Is that what this other one said? Hold on, I gotta go back up to this one. Okay, yeah, so to Sale University. That makes sense there. Let me see, I think they would only take things related to him or in his room. King Scarlet, that's what I was thinking. That's why I'm wondering if this cutlery knife that's in this this leather sheath was in his room. Hey, Brad, how are you? Okay, I am surprised about the handgun. That surprised me the most. Right, and I'm wondering when this handgun was bought. Roger, yeah, I am a little bit. Okay, so let me get back down to here where I'm at. So we got the extra large Columbia Navy fleece. Then we got the man's hand drawing, ID cards inside of a glove, inside of a box. Not sure why he would put ID cards inside of a glove, inside of a box, unless they're somebody else's ID cards. Hey, Casey, how are you? That would be something if this dude was in possession of someone else's ID cards. Okay, so let's see. We have various criminology book, note, license, and card. Number 37 as a dark colored hat. And number 38 is black gloves. Casey, we are happy to have you join us tonight. Okay. Then he has number 39, a Seagate Barracuda ITB Samsung solid state drive. The number 40 says a black box, Samsung. Let's see. Let me find it on here because it's hard to tell if it's SSO or 550, but it has. Let's see what Intel option and box. So they put all of that descriptive information in it. I think, hold on, let me go back and check it. I do have, Tracy, how many emails did you send me? Just the one? If so, I got it. That's what I'm reading off of now. Okay. And then they find two pair of black gloves and one black hat. Then there is, let me scroll down a little bit. Number 42 says dark green short sleeve shirt, black long sleeve shirt, black sweatshirt, gray jacket, two pairs of black pants, one pair of black jeans, two pairs of black jeans. See how they bunch all these different things? Or I wonder if that was something like all those clothes there, if they were in a bag or something. Then number 43 says black long sleeve shirts, two pair of black pants, one gray jacket, one gray knit felt hat, and one black glove. That could have been possibly something that was in like a suitcase or something like that. Hey, Bryan, how are you? See, our Scarlet did dog write you an antibiotic. Yes, Bryan, they did. All right, so then they also found a motherboard. And they leave, they include the serial number with that. Then he's got some Washington State University paperwork. This didn't make sense. A note from Bryan from Montana. See, PCA says looking for dark black clothing, right? Yes, Jen. That was like the main thing that they were looking for. But if there's a note from himself or maybe from another Bryan from Montana, I wonder who that could be, or has he been to Montana recently? Hey Zara, how are you? Okay, was any of this tested for blood or any trace elements that could tie him to the murder? I don't know if any of it's been tested. Hey Jody, it's cool. How are you? I would think that these clothes they tested, or I would hope so anyway. Okay, so he's got some Washington State University paperwork. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Motherboard, Washington State University paperwork. Okay. Number 46 is a note from Bryan from Montana. Hey, Elliot, how are you? Montana borders Idaho. Yes. So I'm wondering if he's been to Montana recently. That's interesting. Then they got the Craftsman shop vac. There's medical documents. Then there's some court documents. I wonder where the court documents were. Where they were interested in mail in regard to the victims. Yes. Anything that had anything to do with any of the victims, and that is including, hey, my Jay Z, how are you? Um, that is including Dylan and Bethany, or anything that had anything to do with the 1122 King Road house. Let's see. Catch up real quick. Went to Montana. Leo, I don't know. I'm wondering though if he's been there recently or since this happened. Because hey, PD, how are you? It says, but the way it's written though, it says a note from Bryan from Montana. Unless, like I said, it could be a different Bryan. Hey, Lori and CJ. Um, but the name Bryan is spelled the same as he spells his name. But it could have been a friend of his. Let's see. Montana followed BK's route home to Pennsylvania with Daddy. Okay, so Bodyguard, I don't think he went through Montana on the way home because instead of him going that way and just going from Idaho east to Pennsylvania, he went south and went through Colorado and then came back up, went north into Indiana and then east. Mandy May, how are you? So at least one pair of Venus shoes in a clear plastic bag full of shoes taken by Ali from the house where the event took place. Yeah, I'm wondering if those shoes though were some of the you know ones that lived in the house. Let's see, you knew what they took. Asked for a prelim hearing at the end of June, so maybe he wants everything tested before then. I'm just catching up, making sure I've said hi to everybody. Okay. All right, so let me see where I stopped off at. Okay, so then he had a note to Dad from Bryan. Then there was a maroon colored a spiral notebook. I tell him what was in that notebook. Uh, More dark colored clothes. Then they found an HP all-in-one computer, a Lenovo IdeaPad laptop, and, along with the password, a Tagnet model medallion desktop. Now we have to remember it was him, his sister, his mom, and his dad in the house. So these three computers here, the all-in-one computer, the laptop, and the desktop, that could have been some of their stuff. See, I'm in Montana. The closest large Montana city to Moscow is Missoula, which is another university town, U of M, and it's about 4 hours away. Rum Runner, that's interesting. Brian, I don't know if it was a recent purchase, the gun or not, but they do have the receipt from when it was purchased. Ben, how are you? Computer shared reminds me of the Casey Anthony trial. I'm curious. Like, there's several different things. The note to his dad, the note from Bryan from Montana is interesting. That book that they say they had the underlining on that page, what was that, 118 or 119? That's very interesting too. Then they found some dark clothes in a laundry basket. So I'll pay you back all the money I owe you someday. Hey, sweet candy, how are you? I mean, there's no telling what that letter said. Maybe he wrote a note to his dad because he knew that he was going to get arrested. Just Samantha, how are you? So I think people are freaking out over everyday household items, and Bryan hasn't even lived there recently. The attorney stays on the case. He will later use an appeal. Try to get off her blade. Yeah. Okay, so the Taylor cutlery knife with a leather sheath. I mean, more than likely that's his parents, unless it was found in his room. So then they do a swab 1, a swab 2, swab 3, and swab 4. Then 2 pair of dark colored boots and 1 pair of brown boots. Let's see, it really intrigues me that the shirts are extra large when he is so thin. It makes me wonder if he did indeed have an accomplice of some sort. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? I don't know. I've noticed some of the clothes they'll say large, but then like the Columbia Navy fleece is an extra large. A lot of the clothes on here they don't even give a size. Like they have the dark green short sleeve shirt, black long sleeve shirt, black sweatshirt, gray jacket, 2 pair of black pants, 1 pair of black jeans, 2 pairs of black jeans, and then black long sleeve shirt, 2 pair of black pants, 1 gray jacket, 1 gray knit felt hat, and 1 black glove. So I'm thinking maybe that was all in like a suitcase or something. Hold on, let me catch up in chat here real quick, y'all. One second, y'all. I need to mute for just 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh shoot, where did my thing go? Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Larger coats and outer overlaying. Do y'all think it that could be what it was? Is that he got the bigger clothes to layer? Let's see, I lost 142 pounds about 12 years ago. And you're right, it took me years to gain. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up here real quick before I finish this. Okay. All right. So then, like I said, there was the 2 pair of the dark colored boots, 1 pair of the brown boots. It says nothing follows on that. And this is just the application for the search warrant. Everything else is pretty much the same as what it was last night on the documents that we showed. This is what it is that they're supposed to search for and then seize. And I read all of that. It was, the person of Bryan Kohberger, any blood or bodily fluids or materials, documents, records, anything, data, compilations, alcoholic beverages or intoxicants. Um, let's see, all electronic devices. And then all vehicles in which Kohberger has access to, including but not limited to the white 2015 Hyundai Elantra, which I do have the stuff that they got out of it as well. Um, okay, let me see what this is. Hold on one second. Gloves and his hood up at dinner. King Scarlet, I just got your thing. Thank you. Okay. So you have an oversized jacket to layer over everything else. Yeah, I mean, like my hoodies, I would wear a large, but all my hoodies are extra large just because they I like them, better if they're bigger like that. And plus, I always wear a shirt under them. So, I mean, I get the whole layering of clothes when it's cold and stuff like that. But I'm curious if he used these bigger clothes to layer over and then take off if he did when he did the murders. Okay. All right, and then this is just like I said. I'm just gonna go through and show all this. This is from Trooper Justin Leary and Brian Knoll. Same thing we went over last night. Nothing any different. The whole affidavit of probable cause, and then there is the statement of Brett Payne, which is a PCA from Idaho. And then somebody was asking me last night, and I forgot who it was, that was saying something about in the PCA from Pennsylvania. It says something about Dylan and Bethany and a phone. And then somebody sent me a screenshot of what they were talking about with the circle part, but that part was in the PCA from Idaho. It wasn't in the one from Pennsylvania. I forgot who that was that kept saying that it was in there. But this is the whole PCA from Idaho. They included it in here. Um, let's see. There was a part that they added. We gotta get past the maps. Hey, American Princess, how are you? And Doug, how are you? So, like I said, this is the whole PCA. Then they add their 2 cents to the bottom of it. I keep forgetting how long the Idaho PCA is. And that's where the guy is. Oh, shit, let me find it. Wait, what is this? Okay, and this is just where he's talking about the biometric features and all that for cell phones and stuff like that. Retina scanning, facial scans, fingerprint scans to get into the phones and stuff like that. He was explaining all that at the bottom of the Idaho PCA and was asking permission in the warrants that if they come across any electronics, like let's just say a phone that would need uh, a fingerprint scan done in order to open it, they're asking permission for that to be done in the warrant. Okay. Now let me grab this next one real quick. See, the shovel was interesting, but I wonder because of the type of car he keeps it in the car because maybe he got stuck one time. Coffee cake, I would think, especially where there's snow, that could be it. Okay. But I wonder if he used the shovel to bury something. Okay, it's past my bedtime. I have to check the replay. I enjoy the channel. Everyone is so kind. Just Samantha, thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful night. 9mm, I seen where somebody sent me an email about Daybell stuff. I think it was Sinful Butterfly, but I haven't got to read it yet. Okay, let me zoom into this a little bit so y'all can see it. This is going to be the same exact thing. The application for the search warrant. Same dates, same time, and all that. Bryan, you don't think a shovel in a car is... There's nothing to that? I mean, honestly, I'm thinking possibly, like someone else said, if he got stuck in the snow, I could understand that. But this dude is being accused of murdering 4 kids, and they're claiming that they haven't found the murder weapon yet. So maybe he used it to bury something, depending on what kind of, because they don't say what kind of shovel it was, which is crazy too. I'm thinking if it was a snow shovel, they would have been like a snow shovel. Would have made it clear he's using it to, you know, to shovel snow out from around his car or something. Let's see, they will be tried separate. Oh, I wonder why they're going to do it separately whenever they said that they were going to do it together, because they didn't want to have to bring in the witnesses 2 different times. Okay, 4x4 piece mostly carry shovels for getting out of the bog, but do you carry for snow? Okay, so anybody in here who lives in areas where it snows a lot, do y'all carry a shovel in your car? Oh, see, I haven't been keeping up. 9mm, do you know where I can find that information at? Okay, so Jerry says no. Roger L says no. Courtney says yes. Courtney, how are you? Canada here. Okay, no. Judy says she did. Michelle says no. Okay, Sama says not in hers, but her son has one in his four-wheel drive. Okay. Sometimes in Ohio we do. See, we don't get snow down here, so we don't have to worry about that. Shovel in car where it snows might be benign, but maybe I'm hiding stuff. Exactly, Emerald Queen. YouTube channel for news. Okay, thank you, 9mm. I mean, I completely get it if it's a snow shovel and it's kept in a car, just to shovel snow out from around his car. That that would make sense. But I think a snow shovel, if I'm not mistaken, is different, shaped differently than what you go dig in a ground type shovel. Hey Avery, how are you? So I'm thinking it's depending on what type of shovel it is. Let's see. I would think mandatory. Okay, I've seen another one. Well, Courtney said they just got 3 feet of snow. Lord. Okay, Avery says yes, a small fold-up one in cat litter. I live 20 miles from Bryan's parents. Okay, so Avery is from that area then. Digging shovel is pointed, snow is flat. Okay, so I get it if it was a snow shovel and he's keeping it in his car. But if it's one for digging in the ground, yeah, that would be interesting to see if it's one that you're digging in the ground, if it's still got dirt on it, They can take the dirt, and there is a way that they can find out where that dirt, what area of the U.S. that the dirt came from. Okay, so this is just a receipt inventory of seized property. See how nice they wrote that? Refer to attached form. Native Floridian shocked at your answers, guys, but interesting to me. Yeah, Brian, I mean, it was kind of half and half. Some said that they do carry shovels, some say they don't, for the people who live in areas where they get snow. We have snow sometimes when we are traveling. Wish they had said plastic or metal shovel. Yeah, regret. I wish that they would have been a lot more descriptive with a lot of stuff on here, like number one item, the knife, but the shovel as well. Okay. See, this one is just wrote so nice and neat. You can actually read it till you get down here. Okay, so this is what was taken out of the car. You see right here, street address, 2015 Hyundai Elantra, and it has the VIN number. All right. Okay, let me move this over. So they said that they swabbed the car. Let's see, what kind of order did they put? I don't know, Elliot. I don't know if they were just, as they were picking things up, they were writing it down, or if they picked everything up that they wanted to take and then wrote it down once they got to wherever it was they were going. Okay, so it says they swabbed the car. There was a Ziploc bag with a pink zipper. It had 7 quarters. It was 7 quarts. I'm sorry, and uh, it was a plastic baggie with green zipper. Had 36 dimes, 32 nickels, and 8 pennies. They had gloves, receipts, car insurance card, car registration. There was hiking boots in the car. There was a Comfort Inn room key holder with stay information, which could have been when him and his dad were on their way home. Okay, honey, have a good night. Let's see. There was tire irons, which is normal. Then the shovel. The I mean, I would think if it was a snow shovel, though, they'd have been like snow shovel. Like they'd have told what type it was, but I don't know. Then they found goggles. Then they took the floor mats. They took a reflective vest. Let's see. They wouldn't have taken the shovel unless they believe it contained possible evidence. Yeah, they took everything out of this car, y'all. So that's why I'm thinking maybe it's just a regular shovel. Um, Maybe it had dirt on it. Like I said, if it does have dirt on it, they can tell. They can get the dirt tested and tell what part of the U.S. it came from. Maybe he used that shovel to bury the murder weapon. All right, so they took the floor mats. They found a reflective vest. They took used water bottles, a wrench. They took the door panel. It only says one door panel. Unless they just forgot to say door panels and they took off 4. They took the seats and the seat cushions, the headrest, the seat belt, the visor, so the sun visor. And it says fiber, the brake pedal, the gas pedal, a phone charger, a band-aid, let's see, wrappers, maps, documents, and the seatbelt boots. Hey, Lori, how are you? So, see, they took the car, and this is what's in it. Yes, but if they just took the whole car, why are they saying the seats, the seat cushions, the headrests, the seat. It's literally like they took all of that stuff out of the car. The brake pedal, the gas pedal, all this. The Band-Aid, I'm sure they're going to have that tested. Maps, documents, no telling where the maps are for unless it was used for whenever they were coming home. So they took samples from the shovel for analysis if it had soil remnants. See, that would be super accurate. Pollen and local form can be specific. You can find areas down to the... Yes, Casey, that is true. And see, if they take the shovel and it has dirt on it, and they do like Casey is saying, they can find out where the soil is from. If that same soil is in, the brake pedals and the gas pedal and on these boots, these hiking boots that they find, and then they go back to that area and they start looking for, in that area that he possibly dug up and buried something, there's no telling what they may find. All right, Lori and CJ, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Let's see. So much is weird, though. They write, Bryan, I know. I wish they would have wrote what type of knife. Like, was it a folding knife? Was it a fixed blade knife? Was it, like, what, you know, they wasn't very descriptive with their stuff. And pictures, coffee cake would have been awesome. Okay. Forensic botany and geology is incredibly honest. Hopefully, Casey, that's what they do with the... If it's a shovel that you dig in the ground. If it's a snow shovel, then I would say, yeah, okay, yeah, it's a shovel, the snow shovel in his car because he needs it in case he gets snowed in or something. Let's see, forensic botany is the coolest thing. It's really interesting, Stevie, what they can do with stuff like that. Let's see, yes, Bien, one of the knives was a cutlery knife. It was a tailor cutlery knife with a leather sheath, but like that could have been his parents. That could have been part of a cutlery set that belonged to his mom, unless they found it in his bedroom. Because I mean, why would they just... like I know they searched the house, but why would they take just that one knife if it was in the kitchen? I'm thinking maybe it might have been, in his room, or I wonder if he had that tailor cutlery set at his apartment in Washington. They could have found that type of cutlery set in Washington, and then that's that one knife from the cutlery set in Pennsylvania. That would be interesting. Like, why would you bring it from Washington to Pennsylvania? Unless could be, um, it could be close to the size of the knife that they thought was used in the crime. And let me look up. See, Taylor. I think I'll look up a Taylor cutlery set. Let's see, recorder comments also often have very odd things in their vehicles, such as shovels. So here where I live, it's common to drive obsessed for Disneyland. I mean, it's the same thing here in the country where we live at. People may have shovels, chainsaws, uh, chains. There's no telling what they have in their vehicles. Okay. Wait, this is Taylor and Brown stainless steel cutlery set. Taylor Road Cutlery, Japan. Let's see. You just don't want to find a dead body. Okay, so the thing for me is when Chief Rod did the press conference right after the arrest, he stated that they did not have the weapon unless he was lying. He would have known if they potentially found it. JB, that is true, but I hate to say it, but Chief Fry and the Moscow Police Department haven't been truthful with us throughout this whole thing. Oh my gosh, why is the Taylor Cutlery website is doesn't even it's saying it's under instruction or construction. Okay, I don't need flatware. Let's see. Let's see. I have not needed a snow shovel in 30 years while everyone is having crappy weather. It was. Hmm. See, I wish they would have been more. Because it says here, like, they have different types of knives. Taylor Cutlery does. I was trying to find one in a leather sheath, but I don't see one. Should have called Sheriff Grady Judd. Elliot, I think they need to clone Sheriff Judd and just put him all over the U.S. Like, we need more Grady Judds. Okay, let me get back to this real quick. All right, so there was nothing else. It says nothing further on there. And this is just all the same paperwork as the other ones. Same warrant papers, same affidavit, PCA from Pennsylvania, and then that's the end of it. So basically, the only thing that was different in this one as the other ones um, is just the what they found and the list of stuff that they found. Okay, I live one county from Grady Judd, East of Florida. I think Grady Judd is also awesome. Uh, hold on one second, y'all. All right. Okay, so look up. Wait, let's look up Taylor Travel Cutlery Set. Okay, and to the person who just sent me a super chat, thank you. I don't want to. You know who you are, but I don't want to say your name on here. Okay, so all right, Taylor Cutlery. Okay. All right, I'm trying to get it pulled up here, Chrome Crazy. 1 second. Okay. All right, I don't know what the heck is taking this so long. It may be the weather. Maybe what's wrong with my. Oh, see, they literally Simple Butterfly. They took the gas pedal, the brake pedal, the door panels, the seats, the cushions, the headrest. They took it all. Swabbed the car. I mean, which makes sense because maybe they're trying to find blood evidence. Hey Izzy, how are you? Um, blood evidence, hair from some of the victims, anything like that. They could be, trying to find. Judy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, how are you?
Yeah, I was in here headbutting my pillow there for a while.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Well, no, it's just crazy. The inventory is incomplete. I mean, they're nuts.
Yeah, some of it is just, you know, Dan, have a good night. Some of it is like how they put it on there, knife. Like that's what I'm saying. They could have put a little bit more of a description on there. But maybe it was a fixed blade knife and they didn't want to put it that on there because then people start running with speculation saying, and which they have already done that. I've seen on YouTube today where some people have put on videos trying to make it look like the murder weapon had been found. So maybe that's the reason why they just put knife. Maybe it was a fixed blade knife, but they didn't want to put that description on there.
Well, I'm not worried about that knife. You know, they give the serial numbers off one thing, but they don't give the serial numbers off another thing. If you find a damn black coat, what's the make
Right.
on that
Size.
coat? What's the size on that coat?
Well, same thing with the boots that they found. They said that they found, or they took from him a size 13 Nike whenever they arrested him, but they found, was it a pair of black boots and a pair of brown boots, and they didn't put the size on there, or the New Balance shoes, they didn't put a size on there.
But they were real quick to tell me about the two colors of zippers on the freaking plastic bag.
Yeah, one was had a pink zipper, and one had a green one.
I mean, I can see the money. That makes sense because there's been more problems with if you don't put the exact amount,
Right.
then
Yeah.
people all of a sudden had $10,000 hidden somewhere.
Right. Okay.
But it's
Crime Crazies. The Taylor travel cutlery set. Did they have a website for that? Because the only thing I can find that I'm able to pull up as far as like Taylor cutlery stuff is on eBay. Then they have like flatware and serving utensils, but I'm not worried about that. I'm
well, was
trying to.
she just assuming that there would be a travel set because he was so anal about frying pans?
I don't know. She just that's what she told me to look up was the Taylor travel cutlery set. But
No,
I was trying to find one Taylor's Home Center. Okay, let me look that one up. I was trying to find um one of the knives that in a leather sheath. Is what I was trying to find. Shoot, Taylor's Home Center. Okay, let's see what that looks up. Okay, I gotta go to Google because Brave don't have a whole lot of.
if you put on Amazon Smith and Wesson folding knife,
Mm-hmm.
it'll give you the EBGBs.
Wow, what's wrong with the Smith and Wesson knife?
It's just it's got its own little look.
Oh, see now I gotta go to Amazon, Judy. I gotta
Because
look.
you're not gonna find a Swiss Army knife there.
Okay, hold on. I need Amazon. I gotta go to Amazon on my phone because I got the Taylor stuff. I'm trying to look for this Taylor stuff, but I can't find it. Taylor cutlery boot knife. Is that one in a leather sheath? Let me look that up. Okay, so I'm looking for a Smith and Wesson.
Yeah, I'm kind of grouchy because I haven't gotten enough sleep today, and this inventory stuff. just drives me nuts about how unprofessional they are. I mean,
And it did say Smith and Wesson pocket knife, right?
yeah,
Okay.
I think it says Smith and Wesson folding knife. I
Folding
think
knife.
with the exact words, but I could be mistaken.
Okay. Pocket knife. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, so here's a Smith and Wesson Extreme Ops. I mean, these look like some of the knives that we've got, like the way they look or whatever. But
Well, some of them aren't any joke. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, some of them are crazy looking, honestly.
Exactly. I brought that up when I saw that on the inventory, and I went, "Oh my freaking god!"
Oh, they got a pink one on here.
Leave it to you to find a penguin.
It was on the list. Let's see. Pocket knife, and that is a folding knife. Okay, so boot knife. What I'm looking for here. Taylor boot knife. I need a picture. Let me just go to images. Okay. I put in Taylor cutlery boot knife, and it literally pulled up a knife that's in the shape of a boot.
Yeah, you gotta be careful for stuff like that.
Okay, Taylor made knives. I just need one in a leather sheath. Let's see. That's all I'm really looking for. Because, like somebody said, I wish they would have included pictures.
Well, that would have been a
Okay.
step in the right direction.
Yeah, because it would have made more sense, honestly.
Well, I mean, let's use our heads here for just a fuck it. Let me get it off my chest. It should be any pieces of clothing. I don't care if a piece of underwear. I don't care if a pair of socks. If there's yellow thread on the toe, it should be mentioned. The brand should be mentioned. Everything should be mentioned because
I mean, it needs to be very detailed, the stuff that they put,
his
that they
attorney can
found.
turn around and say that didn't come out of his apartment.
Right. Yeah, I think they need to be very detailed.
Especially if they find any evidence on it.
Yep.
I mean, some of it's a no-brainer, like the car seats and the car padding and the headrest. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It came out of that car. I mean, it came out of that car that year. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Uh,
Casey, I'm about to pull you up. Okay, Casey, can you hear us? You're Casey, you're muted. Okay, can you hear us now? Mm, okay, she's muted again.
if she's getting feedback, you got to remind her to turn off the volume
Okay, she
on.
disconnected.
Oh, never mind.
She may be having issues. YouTube has just been like awful here lately. Okay, Dero, how are you? Let's see. I think they're trying to know. Sent you a pick an email. Okay, Marissa, let me check my email
Well,
here.
I'm not near my tablet right now, so I can't read to you if somebody's trying to talk to you.
Okay, no, I can see it right now. Only time I really can't see the chat is if I have something pulled up, um, and I have to like zoom it in, so I have to make the document like the page or screen bigger.
Oh, but one thing, Bryan, I think it was Bryan that was asking you. I don't know if you answered him. What was the date on that bill of sale for that gun?
They didn't put a date on it.
Not a little bit illegal?
They put the serial number, but they didn't. Let me go back to that. Hold on, just
Well,
1 second. House.
if
Okay.
there's
Go
got to
ahead.
be a point of purchase, like who they bought it from, the store they brought it from, or the gun shop they brought it from.
Okay, let me find it real quick.
I mean, that would only make sense.
Okay, yeah, it just says record of sale for the Glock 22 40 cal,
Okay.
and then it has. It doesn't have the date on it though, but it does have the serial number of the gun.
All right. So, like
It does
Bryan
have that.
said, maybe they left out that information on purpose because they're not in discovery yet. So,
Right. Okay, so Marissa, I got your picture. Thank you. Oh, so this one has got a leather sheath. That is interesting. Let me get this
but
downloaded. Okay. Double edged boot knives included.
I kind of want you to stay away from the sheaths because that could be sending you down a road maybe you don't want to go.
Why is that?
Because if they didn't buy it from Amazon, say, okay, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
and they bought it from somebody there just selling the knife, it's not really showing a sheath available. So there's one problem. If you bought it off of somebody you Googled, I mean, off a store you Googled, or an outdoorsy type uh, uh, place, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Then it might be optional. So that's what I'm saying. You may not be getting the information the way that you're looking for it. I guess. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yes, I get what you're saying. That's what I think that they should have been more descriptive. And it would have left the
Now,
speculation alone. You know.
granted, if if this is speculation only,
Hmm.
if he made all these other mistakes, and if it's him that did it, if and he did use a folding knife, that would be great because that's a one hell of a SOB to clean out.
Right.
You got to really know what you're doing to get that knife to not have any body fluids left on it.
Oh yeah, you would literally a Q-tip probably to get into little places on it.
Well, yeah, but let's talk serious here. This wasn't one simple little.
Yeah, it would have been very
I
very
mean,
a very dirty knife.
it could have been hiding behind the handles if the handle's screwed on. But of course, he'd
Hmm.
be that anal to go check that. But
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Right, and you know how the folding knives, how when you fold it down, it goes into the space between each side of the knife, like that little screw there where it as it's folding. I mean, yeah, there's no telling what I would be on there either. I mean, it would be a very tedious job
I
to
mean,
try to
you've got a
clean.
lot of men in the group, and I'm sure a lot of them are hunters, and you know they'll tell you those
Yeah.
little folding knives are. And I'm
Oh,
not talking a little 2-inch knife here, you know.
no, I've got two of them in my purse right now. Yeah, they're very there's especially the ones that we have here, just in the handle part of it. Once it's open in the handle part, it's got little cutouts in it. You know, and so there's holes all in these different knives that they have out now. Hey Tad, how are you? Um, so there's a lot of areas that you would have to clean. Hey Jessica Lynn, it would be a very tedious job, I can tell you. Like it would. I honestly, I don't think you would be able to get a knife like that completely clean unless you just broke the thing apart and cleaned it.
Well, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, where's my purse at?
And I've read.
Let's see, what is this one? Okay, so like one I got right here. I have one on my desk. There is one, two, three, four holes in just, well, three holes, and one of them is a screw hole, just in the handle at the bottom of the handle. And then it's got the clip on it, like you can put on, like you clip it to your pocket or whatever. There's a hole behind the clip. Like there's several little holes, and then it's got all the little inside parts where that
Then you
holds the
have the
blade.
mechanism to how it folds,
Right.
depending upon what kind of folding it is.
Yeah, this one here, some of them have the button on the top of it that you push and then fold it down. This one here has a part where uh, you have to spread it apart and fold at the same time for it to fold. So it's, it just, yeah, it depends on what kind you have. Yeah, Izzy, that's what we were talking about earlier. The shovel, we were curious if it was a snow shovel, which I can understand because he does, being in Washington and in Pennsylvania, I would assume that they have a lot of snow, and that would make sense to me.
Okay, so let's back up on this shovel a little bit, okay?
Uh-huh.
I carried one in the back of my car.
Mm-hmm.
But it was one my dad had bought for myself, my sister, and maybe my sister-in-law's trunk. And what it was like a green, sort of, for lack of a better term, Army, Navy type shovel that folds up. And it was sharp at the end. It was a round pointed shovel, or rather more than rounded. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a survival shovel. And the kitty litter's a great idea. Sand. Now, if you got a truck or something or a big vehicle, you can have a big snow shovel in the back.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I carried it around with me for a lot of reasons. Okay, if I got stuck up to my wheel wells or to my undercarriage in a ditch, there's no way first of all, that I'm going to be able to dig it out and get out without some sort of pull, or unless I got four-wheel drive or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's there as a precaution. It's not, like I said, if you got a truck or a big blazer or something like that, I would say that I hate to go with male and female, but most men would think, well, that little shovel she's got ain't going to do a whole lot. You're right.
Yeah.
But it's going to do a lot depending upon
some.
A woman's not going to dig her way out of a ditch. Come on. And if you're in a ditch, you got to be pulled out or something.
That is true.
If you're sunk in.
Let's see. Okay, Marissa says she carries golf clubs and a bat. I don't play sports. Okay, so JB said, I live in Canada and have a small shovel that folds up nice and small. I can fit it under my seat, and I drive a regular sedan. I mean, the snow shovel thing, it doesn't,
But they don't always say a shovel.
Yeah, I wish they would have been more detailed with that. Like, what type of shovel? Was it a snow shovel, or was it just a regular shovel you dig in the ground with?
Right. So that person that had one that would fit in a little sedan, but they bought it to do that. They bought it to go under the seat or not take a lot of room. There's not. But if you just envision a regular snow shovel, I don't know if one would have really fit in the back of my Hyundai when I had it. And you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
Right, I get it.
of course, I'm not going out committing any crimes. So, AAA is my friend.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing. If he wouldn't have been accused of the stuff that he's being accused of, a shovel wouldn't have been a big deal, I don't think, no matter what kind it was. Like I said, there's people around here who carry shovels and, you know, chainsaws and chains and all kind of stuff in their vehicle. But
my brother's got a tool chest in the back of his truck, and he's got chainsaws and you name it.
It's just that what he's being accused of, and them claiming that they don't have the murder weapon, and where they're saying that they tracked his phone, and all that. It just seems like he might have, with a shovel in the back of his car or in his car, that he could have drove somewhere and buried clothes with blood on them, or this murder weapon, or whatever.
Or he's a legend in his own mind, like we always knew.
Yeah. I don't know.
We got to figure out what kind of educated idiot he is.
I think he has book sense. He's book smart. He's just not. He don't have common sense. That's
what I mean.
Yeah.
Exactly what I meant to say. Because I can think of a couple ways of taking a jackknife or whatever we just got done discussing, and I know how to get it cleaner than most. But I've read a lot of offenders' case files too.
Right, Casey, can you hear us? Okay now.
I think so. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
Oh, lovely, brilliant. Hi. Nice to speak to you guys.
Yeah, thank you for coming up.
Brilliant. I just wanted to pop in. I know that you guys were talking about the way that the evidence was logged.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just something that occurred to me. Certainly, obviously, I'm from the UK, as you can probably tell.
Yes.
The way that, certainly from this side of the pond, the way things are logged over here is done by like crime scene technicians.
Uh-huh.
And it's often a rough draft that is presented, and a lot of it is then given a lot more descriptors from the crime scene technician's point of view. So from what we're seeing, I think personally is more of a rough indicator, and the crime scene technician will offer a much more detailed descriptor when it comes to the evidence that is being presented and taken. So I think to assess the descriptors that were being offered now, it's kind of a bit, it's like a rough draft, basically. Does that make sense? It's like we're seeing a really vague descriptor rather than what the crime scene technician will offer on a more detailed account when it comes to sharing discovery and things like that once the court shares those sorts of things. I mean, that's just something that I observed just seeing the like basically it just comes across as a rough draft to me.
You're right, because those knives were taken by a search warrant.
Yeah.
That's pre-testing.
Yeah.
So now, if any evidence has shown up on any one of those things, that the inventory is all they had to provide, like Bryan said.
So, okay, so they take the inventory in, then they test it. I wonder if it's going to be updated with the results of the test afterwards. Like, shouldn't they come out with an updated version instead of just the original?
Well, I would think so.
I would assume so. But then I also sort of think that those sorts of things are kind of like shared after the fact, if you get what I mean, like during discovery and things like
Yes.
that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine why the prosecution would share exact details when it comes to all of the testing for the evidence. I mean, it just wouldn't make sense to
A lot of
me
people hoping for more answers as they search for justice in the deaths of these 4 college students.
Hold on,
From
y'all.
these documents, we've learned more about what was found, but
Okay. I don't know why that started playing. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I don't know
Oh.
where they would have put the and itemized, and put a number on each piece of evidence. And did they put it in a chain of custody bag? Things like that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I wish they would have been more detailed with it. I think that would have been a lot better.
Oh no, absolutely. Like, coming from someone who is obviously a little bit more knowledgeable about like UK cases, like I'm looking at this from a perspective of why isn't that so? Like, why isn't that given the crime technicians descriptors and identification tags and things like that? Like, I'm looking at it from that perspective and it doesn't make sense to me. But then I have to admit, a lot of like the disclosure with US cases does kind of confuse me sometimes.
We live here and it confuses a lot of us sometimes too.
I know, right?
The other question that kind of annoys me is
Mhm.
why did they go line by line and number by number on the first bunch of evidence they found here, there, and everywhere? And it seems like in the car, they just kept writing it with a comma.
To me, it just almost looks like lazy evidence logging. Like,
Yeah.
that's just
It
like
was 2 different people who did it also.
Oh right, okay. I mean,
Yeah.
that was just my sort of observation. It just looks a little bit lazy to me.
Yeah.
But
Okay, let's see if I can read the handwriting. A Joseph something, I can't read the guy's last name, did the house inventory, and then the car was done. Oh wait, I gotta find the list. And the car stuff would have looked neater if it would have been wrote as a list instead of as a paragraph. But that one was done by.
Was that done by the FBI?
Yes, car was done by FBI. Shane Yeller, I believe that's this guy's name. And then let me go back to the house and see if it has. Okay, so the one on the house is Joseph something, and it says special agent. So yeah, they would have both been. Let's see. Yeah, all of them have his name on it, and it just says special agent.
So we're back to June again.
Yeah, no. Ray, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. You guys just wouldn't stop talking, so I was being quiet.
Oh, okay. No problem.
I'm up now.
We lost
No.
Casey.
Felt like you read my mind. Just as I started typing that, I saw it pop up.
Okay. All right. Casey is back. Okay. Okay. Casey, can you hear us okay?
so sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. Okay. All right, and I put the link to the StreamYard link in the chat if anybody else wants to join us.
But I had put up there earlier, wasn't he a fishmonger at one point in time?
Yeah, he did work. This guy owns a fish pond, I believe is what it was, and people can go there and catch fish, and then they cut the fish up for him, clean it or whatever, and cut it up. And they tried to teach him how to fillet a fish, and he wasn't very good at it. And then the guy who owns it also said that he wasn't very sociable, I think was the word he used, with the customers. So they didn't really want him out, greeting customers and socializing with them and all that. So they was going to try to keep him in the back, but he only worked, I think he said 20 days out of 4 months, something like that. So, he wasn't there very long.
Well, I just know I had some fillet knives, and some of them cost a lot of money. And if I bought one, I wouldn't throw it away. I'd keep it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, some fillet knives are very expensive, but I'm sure the place that he worked at probably provided all of the knives for that. Um, but I don't know. The cutlery, I mean, it was odd how they said that they like the type it was a Taylor cutlery knife with a leather sheath, but then the other knife was just a knife. There was no description with it, and then there was the Smith and Wesson, was it folding pocket knife or however it was said. Why
Yeah.
if you're gonna give there's 4 knives, was it 4 knives total? Why not give a description on all of them instead of just all of them except for one?
It was
Maybe
said
that was
that
left
he's
out.
like a knife collector, right? Or that he's into knives.
Yeah, that was said. That guy claimed that he sold him a knife. Um, it was it a Spyderco knife? Wasn't that it? And it was him and another man had uh, came with him and picked the knife up, and he spent, I forgot, it was like $250 for the Spyderco knife and all that. So but they didn't find that knife. If and they didn't put it in the inventory.
Well, one of those knives may have been that they just didn't put the name to it, because they found 4 knives. Not all the knives had the brands, did they?
All of them except for, see, they had the Taylor cutlery knife with a leather sheath. They had the Smith and Wesson knife. Hold on, let me pull it back up here.
Everything was itemized except for number 1.
Yeah, that was just the first item they had on the list. Just said knife, and then let's see, they had the Smith and Wesson pocket knife, and let me see, was there only 3 knives maybe? Let's see. Then they had the Taylor cutlery one. So it might have just been
3.
it might have been 3 knives, and they said Smith and Wesson, and then Taylor cutlery, but that first knife, that's all it says is knife. There's no, is it a folding knife? Is it a fixed blade knife? Is it what brand it is? They didn't say none of that. And like I said, it could be a fixed blade knife, and they know if they would have put fixed blade knife on there, people would have ran that that's the murder weapon. You see what I'm saying?
And then with the butterfly knives, because I sent you that site for the Taylor cutlery, I guess they consider those fixed blade knives.
Oh, wait, did I get?
I feel like they had some kind of like it's almost like parameters of what they were looking for, and any kind of blade or knife that fit those parameters would be something they would seize as evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps this was just a nondescript knife or blade as such, and it would be something that literally you could only describe as a knife. I know that
Yeah.
sounds really oversimplified, but perhaps there was some kind of indication of what they were looking for. And that's why they seized everything that could possibly fit in that parameter. And then when the crime scene technician was obviously declaring this as evidence, it would be something that they just fit in as some kind of descriptor. I mean, I know that's, as I said, that sounds really oversimplified, but that's just kind of what I'm seeing.
Oh wait, Judy.
Well, I think everything in the car became evidence once they took possession of the car. So probably everything on that list was something that was in the car at that time.
Yeah, the one list was the one that looks like the paragraph that I showed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that
everything
was
that was in the car.
that was everything in the car. The other list
That's
was
all
everything
evidence.
that came from the house. All right, Judy, are you back?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I don't know. I just some of it surprises me. I wasn't expecting a gun to be found. All of the computers, I don't really see any, big deal about that because there was his parents and his sister living there, and then he was there visiting. So I get all of the computers, but then they only put one cell phone. They don't put what kind of cell phone or anything like that, just a cell phone, which I'm
You
assuming
wouldn't think
is going
that
to be
somebody
his.
you wouldn't think that somebody that's with the police wouldn't have a gun.
Like you
I
talking about?
mean, he had been studying to be a police officer in the military his whole life. He's gonna have a gun. I mean, I would assume that. I would assume
But
he'd have a gun more than not.
not a 40 caliber, probably.
Yeah, I wonder
Right.
when he bought that gun. Or
That 40
then
calibers are good guns.
again, though, the gun could be his parents, and they just took it. And if there's nothing to it, they may. And if it does belong to his parents, they take it. There's nothing to it, then they may give it back to him. But see, of course, he'd have a gun, especially for being framed for murder. I don't know. I wasn't expecting it. It doesn't. It's nothing unusual for people to have guns. It's just I wasn't expecting that. For there to be a gun found. Hey, my Shellart, how are you tonight? Let's see. I hope none of those knives have Buddy's DNA on it. I still wonder about poor little Buddy who did that to him. Because they still haven't. They've never have found out who did that to that dog. All right, let's see what else we got here in the chat. I'm just completely behind in chat tonight. Okay, and Judy, I'm sorry, I didn't even know that you had fell off the panel a minute ago.
Oh, it was me because I moved, changed, and came back to lay down in bed and listen to you, and I hit that damn button again and disconnected us.
Let's see. They don't. Brad, that is true. They act like they don't even care to find out who could have done that to him. Let's see. Unusual that there wasn't bullets or loaded or noted. Yeah, Vero, there was 3 clips that they found. They didn't say if the gun itself was loaded, just that they found 3 clips for the gun, and none of those were loaded, and they didn't say anything about finding any ammunition for the gun.
Well, I would think maybe, and I could be wrong, that you'd have to have the clips to load the gun. And
Yes. Like I said, there might have been a clip in the gun, and it might have been fully loaded, but just the other 3 that they found wasn't loaded. Which, I mean, they might have bought a box of bullets when they bought the gun, and they went out and shot the gun and shot them all up at one clip, and hey, no fear, how are you? So that is a possibility too. You imagine if both Buddy and Murphy get BK arrested. I mean, it would be awesome because they would know who did that to Buddy, because that's still That's still a sad thing. Okay. Let's see, Bubba and the chicken sunk. Yeah. That was crazy. I wasn't expecting the verdict to come back on Alec Murdaugh that quick.
I was.
Was you?
Yeah, the evidence was just too much for him.
Yeah. I didn't even know it. And I was looking through something and then I seen about the verdict and I was like, oh shit, let me go see what it was. And sure enough, he was found guilty. This is a joke in college, allegedly, and hand bloody stuff from porches and trees. Brad, I did hear about the whole coyote thing that they were doing up there, which is disgusting also. Can someone please confirm for me whether Ethan's brother Hunter was at the food truck? Michelle, no, I don't think Hunter was at the food truck. Or I don't remember seeing him on the food truck video. Does anybody else remember seeing him on there?
Not on the clip that they showed. The actual food truck video is very long.
Right. And I don't remember Ethan's brother Hunter being on there. Let's see, who's the other white hoodie guy then apart from Jack S? You talking about the guy that had the long dark hair with the beard? What didn't he have on a white hoodie also? I'm trying to think who else had a white hoodie on. I think that was the only other guy.
Well, there's two Hunters. There's Twin Hunter and there's
Hunter Johnson.
that lived close, the other Hunter Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, he's the dude that was. Okay, somebody's got feedback in the background. But Ray, it might have been you. I don't hear it now, so it may be good now. But Hunter Johnson, he was the boy that was on the body cam footage with Kaylee when she was out talking to the cops. But I don't think him or Ethan's brother Hunter was at the food truck.
Wasn't Hunter Johnson in the first body cam footage too? The one at night when the two boys was talking at the door?
Yeah, I believe so. Annette, Ethan's sister's name is Maisie. So it was Ethan, then I believe Maisie was born next, and then Hunter was the youngest. I believe that's how it went. Okay, I gotta check my weather here real quick. Hold on just a second, y'all.
Now don't go squeaking your ball.
Okay, I'm back. So watch my weather. Hopefully, don't get too crazy. Let's see. Ow. Okay, so who is this guy? I got to know Hunter is the brother. Who was the? Wait, where was he that night? Hunter, the brother. I would assume would have been at the frat party because he was part of that fraternity as well. This hoodie guy number 2. Okay, hey Crystal, how are you? Just trying to catch up and chat real quick. And somebody said who number 9 was last night. Jack K, wasn't it? Isn't that what somebody said last night? Your college, stupid reader site. Hey, one of the real ones, how are you? Okay. Heaven Stars, how are you? Okay, we are having Sweet Candy. Yes, I'm waiting for them to hit here tonight. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pull up this article real quick, the one I had pulled up a minute ago, and read it real quick. Trying to get through all of my stuff just in case I have to end it because of the weather. But I want to make sure I get through everything.
I'm glad it stopped raining here in California. I actually had to turn on AC today.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, wow. I knew that they were getting a lot of rain out there, and it was like a lot of flooding, and wasn't it some mudslides or something like that out there?
Everything.
Oh, wow. Get up early tomorrow, so we're going to head. Okay, Emerald Queen, have a good night, honey. Okay, let's see. Okay, so Tad, that number 9 was Jack K, right? And Moonville, yeah, she's fine. She's just been having problems with her internet out there where they live at. No, I don't think. I'll have to go back and watch the video, but I don't think it was Hunter Johnson. Was number 9. I would assume Hunter would have been at the probably at the frat party too. I would think. Carolina storms was way stronger a few hours ago. Hopefully, American Virtual, they are not as bad once they reach where I'm at. But right now, we're under what looks like a severe thunderstorm warning. So I'm having to keep an eye on it. Okay, let me get through this real quick, y'all. All right, so it says the WU professor agrees with Idaho court that concerns over potential conflict of interest shouldn't disqualify Kohberger's defense lawyer. Okay, hold on. All right. Hopefully that video don't start playing either. So it says, new search warrants were released in the Idaho murders case this week, along with the details of a hearing in which the court discussed reports of a potential conflict of interest involving Bryan Kohberger's public defender, which is I went over last night. See, they were warned to deter. Okay. So reports say that Kohberger's defender, Ann Taylor, also represented the mother of Xana Coronado, one of the victims in an unrelated case, which Ann Taylor claims that she never met Kara. So King 5 spoke with the University of Washington School of Law professor of practice Bill Bailey, a former chair of the disciplinary board of the Washington State Bar Association and a disciplinary hearing officer for many years, to get some context on the events. Conflicts of interest are very important, and there are a lot of precise rules for lawyers so that we don't get into problems representing one client that's adverse to another, Bailey said. Just because you represent a client once upon a time and then later on you get another case where you're representing another client and the interest is adverse to the former client, that does not knock the lawyer out of representation, he continued. All right, so according to documents, Taylor said that she had no contact or relationship with Coronado's mom. Still don't understand how she had no contact with her if she represented her at one time. Like, you would think that she had to speak with her at some point in time of representing her.
Does it not depend on whether she actually attended the court date though? If I recall like correctly, she did she not turn up for a court date at some point? Because
I know there was some court dates that she missed.
yeah, I mean, like, just from my perspective, it's almost like, certainly from the way I'm seeing it, is that you'd almost have someone who you would speak to in interim, or intermittently to arrange your defense, and then you would have someone who would attend the court date for you. It's kind of separate. Like, you often have someone who acts as your court, like, defense attorney, and then you would have someone who sort of does all of the legwork. I think, like, usually like a paralegal or maybe a second attorney. So perhaps there literally was no personal discussion, if you get what I mean, or even some kind of like conversation may not have even occurred. That's kind of what I'm seeing it as. I mean, it's only just sort of like, especially since they've declared it not being a conflict of interest. That's just basically what I'm reading it as.
Yeah,
Might just
I
be
don't
me.
think it was. I don't think it was like a huge conflict of interest.
Yeah.
My thing was it was just more, and this is only when I was going off of what Kara was saying about the situation. She was saying that, and like she had met with her. That's what they were putting out there. And had power of attorney over her. So I was going off of what Kara was saying, and to me, it was like a moral type thing.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. Like, I think there's a real fine line between like moral obligation, certainly when it comes to like legal representation. Like, you kind of have to accept that it's kind of blurry when it comes to what the way these attorneys act and do things. It is so very strict and black and white. It's like moral stuff doesn't really come into account. It's very black and white, I think.
So yeah, that's what I was going off of. But even okay, so maybe her and Kara didn't meet in person, but it still seems like the public defender or any attorney for that matter, if there is a court date coming up, that they're going to want to talk to their client at least on the phone and be like, okay, this is what's going to be happening. If and just we'll use for an example, if she's going in to plead, if the attorney's going to want to know, okay, so you're going to plead guilty, not guilty. This is what I think is best. Like, there should be some type of legal advice going on there. And Taylor's saying there was none of that. You know what I'm saying? And yet somebody said,
isn't Ann Taylor a head of a department though? Doesn't she have other people underneath her? Other attorneys?
That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, perhaps she had someone else that was doing all of the legwork as such between her and the client.
And also, how many attorneys for Idaho are death penalty certified? If there's only 2 or 3, and 2 of them are already recused, then she'd have to. It wouldn't be a choice.
I think I looked that up at one point. I can't listen. I'm just guessing. I think I looked that up at one point. I think there was only like 14. I could be wrong, but
yeah, that's in total, but that's not death penalty certified.
No. That's what I mean. I looked it up for death penalty certified people, attorneys even. I think there was only like 13, 14. If I recall correctly, I could be completely wrong. I'm just trying to remember what I googled.
Okay, y'all, real quick, this has happened before. Everybody that's on panel, when I'm hearing them talk, it's like really, they're breaking up. So I'm probably fixing to get kicked off of the StreamYard. If I do, y'all just give me a second and I'll come right back in.
Oh, I'm sorry if it was me.
No, it's her internet.
Oh, okay.
And so my girlfriend's daughter was an attorney, and she had like defended several different family members in different cases. And I always thought about, like you say, conflict of interest.
I find it so like fascinating for me because conflict of interest is something that's like sorted like right at the beginning. in a lot of UK cases, and it's just fascinating for me that it's still kind of a question at this point. Does that make sense?
Well, my thing was my ex's daughter was the actual criminal. She was an attorney, but she was an actual criminal.
Okay,
Oh,
y'all,
wow.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I knew it was going to kick me because as soon as everybody went to talking and I couldn't hear nothing y'all were saying, yeah, I knew it was about to happen. Okay. Okay. So what were y'all talking about?
I was saying about I started talking about conflict of interest, and I was talking about my ex girlfriend's daughter that was an attorney, and that she would
Oh,
defend several people in the same family on different cases. And then I was saying she was my girlfriend's daughter was an actual criminal.
Oh
I
yeah, I
mean,
remember
she
you
stole
telling
drugs,
us.
did drugs, stole things from stores. You name it, she did it.
I remember you telling us about that one night, Ray, because you was telling us, what was it? She had went to school or something, and then I had asked you something, and you was just like very serious, and I was like, yeah, she got disbarred.
Yeah, she got disbarred.
Oh,
She went to
wow.
Hastings. She went to Hastings in San Francisco. Was like one of the first like law schools set up here in California.
Yeah, yeah, I remember you telling us about that. And I thought it was kind of funny because you were just like super serious about it. It was like, yeah, she got disbarred. I'm still watching the weather, and Troll is watching it too for me. So
I found that out like a couple of years after we had broke up. Just searching their names, and I was like,
oh,
oh, she got disbarred. I didn't even know that.
oh well. Which I mean, because I remember when you were telling the story, you were talking about the past that she had had before she went to law school, and
Hmm.
I was like, you were telling the story, and I was like, okay, well, this is good. Like this, she got her life back together, and she went to law school and did good, graduated, and all that.
Well, that's how it was portrayed to me. To come to find out the truth, our mom was, pushing her up when she was still down in the gutter.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe she gotten straightened out since any of that though. Like is she
We lost
doing
contact.
better?
I kind of just cut contact, no
Oh,
contact.
okay. Yeah.
I was
Um,
just reminiscing, checking them out, seeing how they were doing, doing the
mhm.
Google searches and the people searches.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. Let me finish reading this real quick. I don't. Oh shit, y'all! I don't even remember where I stopped off at because when I got kicked from Streamyard. Okay. I think it was right here. No, up here. Shit. I don't even remember where I was at now.
I don't think you were far into the article. I think you just pulled it up.
Okay, so I did read this just because you represent one client. So I remember that. So, okay, so right here, just according to the documents, Taylor said that she had no contact or relationship with Kernodle's mom. Taylor says said that her name appears on every document in the public defender's office due to her position as a chief public defender. And then she said, I do remember her saying that even though her name is on all the documents, whoever is representing that client, their name is underneath hers to show that they're the public defender for that person. Okay, so it says Bailey said, according to the rule, it's a question of degree. So here, Miss Taylor says that she does not know anything about the victim's mother, so that there is no real conflict. Bailey said it is not substantially similar or the same case, so the Idaho court made exactly the right ruling. The only person that could raise a conflict is the defendant, and Bryan said that he wanted to keep Ann Taylor as his attorney. So Bryan Kohberger agreed to keep Taylor on as his defender, and there is also a limited pool of attorneys who are both qualified and willing to take cases like this one, which could involve the death penalty. The burden of the death penalty case is as heavy as it gets for a lawyer. Literally, how well the case turns out is a matter of life and death. And frankly, most lawyers, even dogged criminal defense lawyers, don't want that kind of burden, Bailey said. So there's a very small number of experienced lawyers, and it's so important that if the government is going to potentially take the life of a defendant, we want to make sure that the defendant has had all of their rights afforded to them under the Constitution. So Bailey says that it is a lot to balance in these cases, but that he believes the court is simply following the letter of the law and the codes of conduct in place. This is a very tragic case, Bailey said. And as a university professor, I have an emotional response. I am very close to my students, but the procedures that were followed here, and that's what's really important to me as a lawyer, as a professor of law, that our court system is taking the rules and applying them correctly, even within the most difficult of circumstances.
Well, as long as they got Bryan to sign off on, he wouldn't use that later, then everything's copacetic, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's cool with her being so. I don't know, maybe, but they could have found another attorney, like we were all saying back when this whole conflict of interest thing came up. If they would have had to, and she would have been taken off of the case, they could have found a death penalty qualified attorney from another part of the state. So,
everybody, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button there. There, I said it.
okay. Let's see. I bet he wants to keep her, so if he loses, he can cry foul at appeals. Yeah. I don't know. I just I'm for the death penalty, like I said before. I just hope that uh, they have everything to prove 1,000% that he is the right person. Especially since this is a death penalty case, it's more so on those cases. And for anybody who could also get life in prison, like you got to be at 1,000%. They have the right person. Okay, y'all. I'm just watching the weather still. Hopefully, it's not going to do bad here. It doesn't look like it is. Okay, hold on just a second, y'all. Okay, I'm sorry about that, y'all. Okay. Let me see what else I've got in my email. See, I don't know what those Girl Scouts do with their money, but they should be rich off just my part. Tad, are you still buying Girl Scout cookies? All right, let me grab this other. News Nation actually put one out today. Talking about the defense is looking for a motive. Was that shit? No, Emerald Queen. It's just raining right now. It's not. The wind's not blowing or anything. And it looks like we're just going to get the very bottom part of the storm. I don't think it's going to do too bad here. Hope not, anyway. Okay.
They've been saying winter advisory all day here, and I haven't seen any snow yet fall from the sky.
Really? I know these storms. They had some bad storms yesterday in Texas, and I thought we were going to get them yesterday, and then it kind of found out it was supposed to be during the day today, and now they're saying for whatever reason all of our storms always hit when it's dark, and which I hate. So I have to keep an eye on it. But I think we're just going to get the very bottom part of the bad storm, and hopefully just get a lot of heavy rain. Let's see. King Scarlet, you want to come up? 1 second. Let me throw the link out. Okay, King Scarlet, there's the link. H-Town Finest, how are you? But it's not too bad. Yeah, Werewolf Queen. As of right now, it's not bad. It's just, it's raining. See, did anyone see OJ talking about AM being guilty? No, Marissa, I didn't see that.
I saw it.
What was he saying?
I can't remember. It wasn't that important.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even see it. Like I said, I didn't even know that they found him guilty. I thought that deliberation was going to take at least more than 3 hours. And you know, somebody had said something about the verdict, but didn't put what the verdict was, and so I had to go searching for it right before I went live. Nighttime tornadic storms are yes, Lori CJ they are, and we always get ours at nighttime. Okay, too many hours, so I gotta go home early. So 3-day weekend on birthday week. 3 is the liar's number. And somebody said that in the closing arguments that his defense attorney said something about that if he would have knew that he was going to lie, he wouldn't have been up there or something like that. That if he would have knew that Alec was going to lie, or that he wouldn't have been up there if he knew Alec was going to lie or something. Because I didn't get to watch the closing arguments either. Yeah, American Virtual, and it sucks so bad. All right, let me grab. And now my lights are flashing. So I'm gonna let y'all know also if I just drop all of a sudden and I don't come back up, it's because my power has went out because my lights are now flashing. So if that happens, I'm just letting y'all know.
All good. I'm gonna drop right now. I gotta eat some.
Okay, well, thank you for
Love you
coming up.
guys. All
Have a good
right.
night,
Yeah.
Ray.
Bye-bye.
King Scarlet, can you hear us okay?
Hey, yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
What kind of storm are you expecting?
So right now we're under a tornado watch until I believe midnight, and then we are under a severe thunderstorm warning until I think 1:15.
Oh,
Oh my
what?
goodness.
Oh,
Wow.
well, wait, it's 1 o'clock. So wait, we should be. Did they extend the tornado watch? We've been under a tornado watch since like 10 o'clock this morning.
Whoa.
Jesus.
So okay, yeah, it ends at 8. So they extended the watch until 8 o'clock in the morning. The severe thunderstorm warning is until 1:15. So we've got what 20 minutes. But it is
Well, I
moving.
think
It's moving 50
tornado
miles an
warnings,
hour.
tornado warnings at night, I think, are the scariest.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If it just happens to go to a warning, then yeah, I have to leave and go out to the storm thing. There is one though in North Louisiana right now that's a tornado warning. But so far, we're just under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's it. It's the only warning we have. But I think we're going to get the very tip of it. So
See, that's why I don't mind earthquakes in California. Because I don't know if I could do that.
yeah, we don't have earthquakes here. We have really bad weather when it starts warming up, and then we have the hurricanes.
Yeah.
I mean, can't relate because it's just literally damp all the time here. That's it.
Yeah. Hi, Judy.
Hi, hon.
So I wanted to say on the Ann Taylor
Mm-hmm.
issue. So a single defendant may be represented by a number of public defenders as the case moves. So like they use this like horizontal representation if you have a public defender. It's like
Mm-hmm.
an approach where it results in like the defendants feeling kind of lost sometimes because whoever they get on the case might not stay. They might get a different person each time depending on what the office is doing or what that court day is for, and I guess they try to send whoever is better for that,
Right.
depending on their experience. So in the shuffle, they could feel a little lost, especially if the communication's not that good.
Mm-hmm.
So she might have really thought that she was representing her because supposedly all paperwork has her name on it.
Yeah. She said that all of it had, because of her being, like the chief public defender or whatever, that her name was on all of the top part of the paperwork. But if there's and we'll just use and Judy drop. Let me grab the link for her. We'll just use Kara for an example. That if Kara was being represented by the public defender's office, and then we'll use Jay Logsdon for an example with it. That if Jay Logsdon was the one representing her, then it would be Ann Taylor's name and then Jay Logsdon underneath her name as
Right.
the attorney representing her. But in the court minutes, it does say that Ann Taylor lets the judge know that she did represent her starting in October, but she didn't have a relationship. She didn't speak with her. She didn't meet with her, and she gave her no legal advice. And I'm assuming that one in October is probably the one that she went to jail for. She got out and probably didn't go back to court.
Right.
And I would assume that probably her court date would have been either right before the murders happened or maybe right after, because it was like, what, a week maybe after the murders happened that she got arrested?
Right. Yeah. About, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere around in there.
So I don't think she is, I've seen some people calling her a liar. I don't think, technically she lied because, like you said, she was who was supposed to represent her towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, whenever you get a public defender, because I work within the system, but not on that side, but you
Mm-hmm.
have to sign paperwork right when if you want to be represented by public defenders, and you have to sign basically like they can get anything. They could get your mental health, they could get this and this, like just all kinds of stuff that I didn't even realize until I had to interpret for somebody who was going to sign it. So you have to sign everything to them, so they have basically
Right.
all your personal information. So I see why maybe she thought that she was giving it to her as well. The
Yeah.
what was it that she said that she signed over?
It was the power of attorney because Anne was supposed to help her get into rehab. But the only
Right.
thing that anybody was able to find as far as Kara Kernodle and a power of attorney was where she signed power of attorney over to the bail company. And that
Oh,
was back like I don't forgot what the year was on it. It wasn't even here recently. It was like several years ago.
okay. So she
So
might just be all confused with the whole case.
yeah,
And
she could be, especially with the addiction that she has. And I'm not using her addiction as an excuse for her, but if you have an addiction and then your child has been murdered.
mm-hmm.
Hey Jesse Katz, how are you? um, you have all of these legal problems that you have going on. It's a lot for her to handle, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I hate to say that being in jail is probably better for someone than being out, but in this case, her being in jail may be her saving grace. It may save her life,
Right.
because as long as she's in jail, she's not out on the street. And yes, I do know you can get drugs in jail, but maybe once she goes to court, hey Anthony, how are you? Tonka, how are you? That maybe she can just be like, look, I have all this, I have an addiction, I need to go to rehab, and the judge orders her to go to rehab. And like, she has no choice. They literally take her and put her somewhere that's going to get her help.
Mm-hmm. But did you see on News Nation, Banfield said that, I mean, I don't know if it's true, but she said that they went and showed her a picture of Taylor and Taylor to verify that something to verify, I guess, if she ever spoke with her or something.
Somebody said that last night.
I think it was on yesterday.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see it then. But somebody I remember saying last night in chat that was something about that somebody had showed Kara a picture of Ann Taylor.
Hmm.
I do remember that, seeing it as chat was going, um, but I don't remember who it was that said it though, and what, because like I said, it was just kind of like going through chat, and I didn't get to keep up with it. But did she say that she talked to her?
Banfield basically just said, well, if they were so sure, why did they have to go to her where she's at, in jail, and show her a picture or something like that, if I remember correctly, to verify? And yeah, that's
I
what
don't
she
know.
said.
One of the other mothers got picked up on drugs. Yeah, Sweet Candy, that was the other lady that was this one of the family members is Maddie's stepmama. Um oh shit, what is her name? Corey? I think it's Corey is her name, I believe. And then I wanna say that I seen where Anne had represented Maddie's dad at one point years ago as well. Which I don't think that would have been even brought up as a conflict of interest. I think everybody was thinking a conflict of interest because it was being said that she was representing Kara at the time that Bryan was arrested, and she took it over as representing him and dropped Kara.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I did see that Anne made a statement saying that she has never talked to, met, or represented. Okay, let me hold on. I gotta remember which one it was from yesterday. I have all of the documents. Order, was it the order to redact and unseal? Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna bring it up if I can find the right one.
Yeah.
Because I know that she did say, "Hey, Aura, how are you?" I know that she did say that she didn't talk to or give her any legal advice.
Yeah.
But let me. Well, I want to make sure that I say the right words here. I just gotta find it. Okay, and I will pull this up. Okay, right here. Okay, I have to go up here. Okay, so at 12:51, Ms. Taylor stated that her name appears on every document in the public defender's office, but below her name is the individual who actually represents the named individual in the case. Ms. Taylor stated the specific issue with the media has brought attention to two cases involving Xana Kernodle's mom, Ms. Kernodle. Ms. Taylor stated that there was an open felony case that she was not assigned to, and the case has since been conflicted out. Ms. Taylor further stated that there was a 2017 misdemeanor case which was sentenced and her office was waiting to withdraw from. Ms. Taylor stated that the public defender who represented Ms. Kernodle in that matter was, and they redacted their name, who left the PD's office in September or October. Ms. Taylor stated that her practice is to transfer all cases that are pending withdrawal or have a bench warrant issued to her, meaning she would take over those cases. Ms. Taylor stated that the 2017 case was assigned to her on October the 20th. From October the 20th until the date she withdrew, Ms. Taylor stated that she had no contact or relationship with Ms. Kernodle and that she had not met with her or provided any legal advice. Ms. Taylor stated that the most of what the media is reporting on regarding the Kootenai County cases is untrue. So she did represent her, she just never met with her, talked to her, or gave her legal advice at all.
I wonder what the general attitude for people in the legal space and industry is for this kind of thing. When there's like kind of unspoken kind of things that you go, that's something we don't usually do, or that's something that morally is ambiguous. Do you know what I
Right.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
I wonder what other people in the same kind of field as her and of the same level and experience are kind of maybe looking at her going, that's not right. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if there's a conversation going on about what she's sort of doing at this point.
There has been some attorneys that came out and said that there is a conflict of interest. There's been some that said that she needs to withdraw from the case. Some have come out and said that there's no conflict of interest. So there's been some attorneys that came out and talked and give their opinion on it. But like me, it wasn't really a conflict of interest. My problem was just the moral part of it. And
No, yeah, I totally see what you mean. I do.
yeah, but that's when we were going off of what Kara had said. We all thought that this Ann Taylor just dropped her, knowing that she is the mother of one of the victims, and started representing Bryan when they could have pulled in another attorney from a different part of the state that is death penalty qualified. But now we're hearing that it was something different. Did any of y'all see the baby who Gonzalez baby? Sweet Candy, are you talking about the Gonzalez baby? Hey Sharon King, how are you? Kaylee's sister's baby, is that who you're talking about? So yeah, the worst part of it was just a moral thing for me.
So let me ask you guys this. If it was a private attorney, would it be an issue, or is it because it's a public defender?
No, I would say the same thing if it was a private attorney too. I would think that whether it's public defender or private attorney, if someone comes to you, let's just say a private attorney. Let's say I'm an attorney and King Scarlett comes to me to be represented in, I don't want to say murder case, but something
Please
really
don't.
bad.
Please don't.
We'll just say something bad.
Yeah.
And let's say she robbed someone. Let's say she robbed
gosh.
Judy and she robbed Casey. Okay. But I represented Judy and I've represented Casey before. But then King Scarlett comes to me and asks me to represent her. I would be like, no, I can't do that because the people that that's against you, I've represented as well. It would just be a moral thing. It would, because you have to take into consideration, I would in that case, I would have to take into consideration Judy's feelings and Casey's feelings. You see what I'm saying? Because the moral part of it is what I have a problem with.
Is her name being on every document because she's the head and it's ultimately like also her responsibility? Like she's all these people are under her.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
I think I sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I think it's like a question of just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, so legally, the law is telling you, okay, fine, this isn't a conflict of interest, but also you have to take into consideration, okay, is this the right thing to do?
Right. Yeah, they don't take the moral part into consideration. Like it just, they're gonna they want money. That's all they're worried about. The morals go when it comes to money. Morals 9 times out of 10 goes out the window. And it just, I guess I was raised different. It that bothers me.
I think that's kind of like across the board when it comes to law, though. Like, I completely agree with you. Like, my heart and my, like, what I believe in and my moral compass is telling me, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, we see these kind of grey areas in the law, like, all the time. And it's so hard to kind of determine right from wrong sometimes, And I think that these kind of nuances are like a really important conversation. And I think it's, I mean, I personally think that she probably shouldn't be doing this.
Right.
But.
And Brad in chat did say it is moral for BK to have the best representation possible too, and that is true. He does in the country that we live in. He is entitled to a fair jury trial, but there is other death penalty qualified public defenders in the state of Idaho, and if there was any type of conflict, whether it was just an actual conflict of interest or morally or respectfulness or whatever you want to call it, they could have gotten another death penalty qualified public defender within the state of Idaho. Ann Taylor's not the only one. She's just the one that's in that area, district, whatever it is that they have up there. They very well could have brought one in from a different part of the state, though, to represent him.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that he needs good representation as well. But let me ask this. If he would have said, no, I don't want her to represent me, then what would have happened then?
They would have pulled one from a different part of the state.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have had to, because he's, with it being a death penalty or possibly a death penalty case, he would have to have a death penalty qualified attorney. So if she's the only one in that area, they would have to go to another part of the state and give it to him.
But Bryan knows that attorney he's got right now is probably his saving grace.
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, he is entitled, especially with it, and I'm not defending Bryan at all, but he is entitled to a fair jury trial. He is entitled to have an attorney who is going to fight for him because his life is on the line. And also, whatever evidence that the state has, I hope that it is 1000% legit evidence that they can say without a shadow of a doubt, this is the man who killed the 4 kids. Because I would hate to see an innocent man who had nothing to do with it go to prison for the rest of his life and then be put to death if he had nothing to do with it.
Oh, absolutely. If you think of it this way, everyone is entitled to the best legal representation they can possibly get. Of course, if Bryan is guilty,
Mm-hmm.
obviously we're assuming, I believe that he is, okay? But justice needs to be served in the most fairest and applicable way and delivered in the best way that it covers every single doubt, and I think that giving him the best legal representation that he can have is the way that justice will be delivered. That's basically how I see things. So
yeah.
Lost, let me sign off for tonight. I haven't had much sleep today, and I'm starting to
You starting to doze off?
I'm not starting to doze off yet, but
okay.
I don't want to. And you got 2 other nice young ladies up here, so let's let them carry my torch. And maybe there's somebody else in chat that would like the opportunity to come up.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up. I hope you get some sleep.
Yeah, well, I hope so too. And if there's you got an aura in chat, and if it's the one I know, she's pretty brilliant. So we'll see.
Okay.
Alrighty then, hon. I'll talk to you all later.
Okay. Have a good night.
Stay safe, babe.
All right. You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye-bye.
Good night.
bye.
Okay. All right. So let me check my weather one more time, y'all.
I'm so sorry you have to check so much. You must be
That's
so
so
anxious.
scary.
It's fine. It's just I'm not worried about like the heavy rains and the thunder and the lightning. I just don't like the wind. That's what bothers me. But the severe thunderstorm warning is over with, so we don't have it anymore. We're just still under the tornado watch, and it's still showing that we're just going to get like the very tip of it. So I think we're going to be good as far as wind.
Oh, I hope so. I hope everything's okay.
I live in the middle of the woods, and there's like a lot of trees around my house, and that's what bothers me.
Oh my goodness.
So but I think we're gonna be okay.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay. So Crime Crazy said it's only a conflict of interest if Ann Taylor took instructions from Kara Kernodle on the same case. Okay. Yeah, I just the moral part is what bothers me. I know a lot of attorneys don't have morals. It's just that's what
It's
bothers me the
it's
most.
the private information that she would have had access to as well for me.
Exactly. Because she's saying she didn't talk to because I do remember this being brought up. She's saying she's never talked to Kara. But what if for whatever reason Kara has to be put on the stand? She has some information about this lady, about her past and things that she's, been through and all that. So I wonder if
Yeah.
there would be something, if she does have to get on the stand, which I don't think she would, but just in case, like, is she going to bring up Kara's past? You know?
I've been hearing so many people disrespect this woman, and I feel so bad because this is the victim's mother, and even
Right,
though she has a drug problem, that doesn't mean she was still not a mother, you know?
right.
A lot of addicts, it's a disease, and they have to get help, like you said, Scarlett, but just a lot of people just calling her a druggie and
I
just
mean, I've, just because she's an addict and she has an addiction. Okay, yeah, she has an addiction to whatever the addiction may stem from, whether it's drugs or pills, whatever. She's still a human being. Um,
right.
she still lost her daughter in a senseless murder. Um, that's not helping the addiction. I hope she gets help. I really, really do because I don't want to see something worse happening to her. I don't want to see her die from the addiction. But you know, the murder of Xena and even the other three kids didn't help the addiction. The court stuff that she has going on doesn't help the addiction. So that's why I hope that she would get help and get clean and straighten her life up and get better. That's what everybody needs to be wishing for instead of putting her down just because I get some people don't like the fact that she wasn't in Xana's life, but we don't know that whole story either. You
Yeah.
know,
Right.
so that the only people who know that one is not no longer here, and that's Xana, and then Kara knows it, Jasmine knows it, and their dad knows it. And the family, of course, but still, we can't go off of, oh, well, she was never in Xana's life. We don't know the whole story.
Right.
So I hope she gets help, honestly.
I mean, I am nobody to judge anybody. Like you said, we don't know what happened. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a disease, people that have addictions. And she is a victim because that was her daughter.
Right.
Just calling her a liar and all stuff like the whole process can be very, very she doesn't she might even people that are not on drugs, sometimes you don't understand the legal system and what's going on.
Hmm.
So
I
Exactly.
think I think it's really it's a reflection of people that have like internalized stigma against people with addiction
Hmm.
and mental health issues, and actually it's more of like a reflection of who these people are that are saying those sorts of things. It's dreadfully sad, actually.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people had an issue with her, and like I said, when you have someone who has an addiction, they have a lot of legal problems. Then their daughter gets murdered. Then you have people talking about her that we don't even know the whole story. That can push a person over the edge and cause them to do something to harm themselves. Nobody wants that. And even though I have questions about Dylan, a lot of questions about Dylan, I don't want something bad to happen to her. I don't want her to, with all this other crap that has been said about her the last few weeks. I don't want her to feel like she needs to go harm herself. You know what I'm saying? So it's just some people can go about things the wrong way and say things the wrong way and just keep on with it. And that's what pissed me off about with the other dude on Twitter and the stuff that he was saying. You know, that could have very easily caused Dylan to want to hurt herself. You know what I'm saying? The stuff that he was saying. Yeah, or hold on, I'll drop you the link.
What did he say? Off the books and on the records, or what did he say?
Oh, he said that he was working for. This is how he said it. He said, "I'm working for," and this is with a complete straight face. "I'm working for the defense, but off the books." Like, dude, like, yeah, that was like once he. If you might have been taking him semi-serious the first 30 seconds in of when he was talking, but once he got to that part, "I'm working for the defense off the books." Yeah, dude, like all your credibility went out the window with that one sentence.
Right.
You know.
It's so crazy.
And then start saying the stuff that he was saying about Ethan and Zena when they're not even here to defend themselves. That just like, you know,
Horrible.
don't do that for real. I don't like that. I didn't like him doing Dylan like that, sitting there saying this stuff, knowing that she can't defend herself because she's more than likely under a gag order. You know, so she can't defend herself, and he knew that. And that I don't like people bullying people who can't come out and stand up for themselves. Or I'm bringing you up.
Hey, girl. Hey, guys.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Ara.
I'm good. How are you?
Hi.
Hey, slap it, punch it, kick it. Okay, I'm just reading
So,
stuff.
Scarlett, what do you think about the stuff they took out of the car?
I'm curious about the shovel. I'm not gonna lie.
I was laughing. I don't know. I was listening to different things throughout the day, and people were like, why do they only take this and not the car? Why do they take this but not the car? I'm like, they took the entire car.
They gutted the car. Did they not read it? They took the seats, the door panels, the seat belts, the seat belt boot, the brake pedal, the gas pedal.
They took it to a special facility
so they could test it.
They dismantle it, including probably air vents, carpet, and everything in there.
The sun visor, like they took the whole inside of the car, and there's no telling what else. Was it the floor mats? They took everything out of the inside of this car. So what do they mean they didn't take the car?
Yeah, I was lost. I was like,
I mean, how do you think they got that stuff? They had to like take it to their facility to test everything that they listed.
Right.
They didn't go to their house.
Driveway.
Yeah, they're not out there on the driveway, or they're not gonna. Oh, we'll come back at 2:00. We're gonna take a lunch break. No, they took everything.
Yeah. Let's see, Paul. How are you? Yeah, it's just the whole description of things like. And I think Judy was the one that said this earlier. They talked about a Ziploc bag that they had. One had a pink zipper. The other one had a green zipper. You have a book on page 118 that's got an underlined whatever on it, but then they can't be descriptive with other things. You know, it was like the things that they're not being descriptive about is the things that meant the most to them. You see what I'm saying? Because they know that it's going to be public information. It's going to be put out to the public. And in this case is high profiled and everybody and their brother is talking about it. So I wonder if they wrote that out that way to leave the least descriptive things as the most important things because they don't want that information out there. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Either that or it's just incredibly lazy. That's just...
Yeah, because I mean, that's just like the knife. Number one item, knife. Okay, folding knife, fixed blade knife, knife with a sheath. Not what brand of knife? And it literally 2 items down from that, a Smith & Wesson pocket knife. Why can't you be name the other type of knife? That's why I'm wondering if they didn't put fixed blade knife on there and they just put knife on there because they don't want people running with that the murder weapon has been found.
Well, and also because there's going to be a trial, so they have to be careful about even how they label things, right? Because the details will come out in the trial. So we're only getting, again, just a really thin layer.
And it sucks too. Hey,
It sucks.
Princess Megan, how are you? It sucks, girl. Oh, you know what? I gotta change my calendar. I can't see how many days we got left now.
Oh yes, change it. I also feel like they went and they said who has the worst writing, and then they picked someone. They're like, we knew you'd come handy someday, and then they had them write that up.
Yeah, because we don't want to put a detailed description of the items, but we also want to make it hard for them to read it.
It looks like just somebody that doesn't care about what this means to the court and how clear and clean it needs to be. It's almost like a whatever.
And I don't know if we have anybody in here right now from Pennsylvania, and if we do, I'm not making fun of people from Pennsylvania, but everybody who works for that department, that police department, I have not seen none of them have nice handwriting or legible handwriting.
It's like doctor's handwriting, isn't it?
But don't you think that's strange? Because they're not doctors. So it's like someone's going to have good handwriting at some point.
I'm telling y'all, it's like they took a bunch of chickens, dipped their feet in ink, and they just let them have at it all over the paper.
I think it's people who are not used to writing reports wrote these reports.
I mean, that could be it too. Y'all, Milo is being super extra dramatic tonight.
Hi, Milo.
It's just, oh my God, y'all.
Play some cat sounds for Milo.
Oh no, that'll make it worse. He's already bad enough. If I don't talk to him, he gets louder.
He's trying to talk to you. I love that. My cat does the same thing.
He's like, y'all, he is like, you've heard of drama queens? He's a drama king. He's super
it's
dramatic.
Like, you didn't feed me. I'm like, okay, relax. We're not in the opera. We're not auditioning here.
Or he'll sit on the other end of the house and meow as loud as he can, just to get one of us to go pick him up and bring him in the bedroom. Like, super dramatic. P Fox said her doctor can write better than that. I'm telling y'all, it's
Milo's like, I'm gonna sing the song of my people.
And he only he knows whenever I'm live. I think he does it on purpose, just so everybody can hear him.
They know.
There's probably exactly 2 spoonfuls less food in his bowl. Exactly that amount. He's very upset.
Well, I have 2 other cats that eat out of the same bowl, and he's super
My
dramatic.
cat screams if he sees the bottom of the bowl. So
yeah, he's the only cat that does that. The other one, Beavis meows, but he only meows if he wants out. Fuzzy Butt, he really can't meow that loud for whatever reason. I don't know. He never has been able to meow like that. Okay, let's see. I just seen something in chat. Oh shoot, where did it go? I just saw a thing. Shannon, how are you? Oh, Shannon said my handwriting is pretty nice if I type everything. I would have thought they would write it down and make like a handwritten document of it, but then turn around and type it up as well to make it more presentable for court.
I could write nice if I want to, or I could just be, like Casey said, lazy.
I think those handwritten things, they're writing them as they're in the process of, right? So like the document that we have, that's probably whatever someone had when the car was in the garage that they were gonna. It's just like a
kind of a writing on the go type thing.
Like when you like write out your grocery list,
like
just
a rough,
putting it down.
A rough draft sort of thing.
That's what they gave us basically.
That's kind of what I thought, like, because crime scene technicians, as I said before, I think they would document it a little bit more descriptive afterwards. That's just kind of what I think. But this I know exactly what you mean. I'm looking at it and I'm like, wow, this looks like maybe a 6-year-old wrote it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, hey, let's look at this, let's look at this, let's look at this, and let's look at this.
What did y'all see Brian's handwriting when on the other things that he signed that I showed last night? Whenever they took him in to arrest him, which I'm pretty sure he probably had handcuffs on when he had to sign it, but his hand, I thought it was like, you know how you have kids in school and they're teaching the kids how to sign their name. That's what it looked like. Like he was first grade, just learning how to write his name out. Hey, pie in the sky, how are you?
You know what? I can only hope that the reason why his handwriting looked like that is because he's absolutely petrified and he's looking over his shoulder, like literally, for the entire time. That's the only thing I can hope.
Could it be because he's like, that's not my handwriting? I think he's that crazy. Nah, it's not my handwriting. It doesn't look like that.
Like he does everything else, like the girl that he was tickling and she says something, he's like, I didn't do that.
Right.
Or he's talking bad to people in the bar and the owner confronts him. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like he's like unwilling to accept what's happening to him at the time.
Yeah, he's just, it's those mind games that he plays with people. He can literally do something to, like, walk up and slap you on the arm and you say something about it and he would literally look at you and be like, I didn't do that, trying to make you think that you're thinking things or you're going crazy or whatever is what it seems like
gaslighting.
Yeah,
like he doesn't even take this whole thing seriously. That's probably why he's just like doing whatever and however.
For someone who is being accused of being charged with 4 first-degree murder charges and a felony burglary charge, and he's claiming that he is going to be exonerated and that he's completely innocent, he sure is calm. Like, I would be like, I didn't do it. I'd be shouting that out in court. Y'all got the wrong person. I didn't do this. Something. He's just sitting there. Like, he doesn't.
I
He
feel
don't
like
care.
he feels like he has something under his sleeve.
I agree.
But I wonder what it could be, though.
His knowledge of the law and process and criminology.
I feel like he feels like he has something, and he's trying to wait for the right moment.
Yeah, I agree. He's more clever, I think.
I kind of like respectfully, like don't get me wrong. I kind of respectfully disagree. I think he's like just a garden variety, like sociopath. Like,
well, with that accent, I agree. I am okay with you. Absolutely, always disagreeing with me. Tell me more. I love it.
Like I think he generally just thinks that I think he thinks that he's better than everybody else. I think he's convinced that he has some magic trick up his sleeve.
Yeah,
But
he's very egotistical.
I just don't think that it's actually going to come to fruition. I think he's convinced that something is,
We still agree that he thinks that, right? So basically, we will see if we were right or not.
Yeah.
Did he have a one-up or not? I think he does have a one-up. You think he thinks he has a one-up.
Yeah.
But either way, we're still getting the same vibe from him.
Absolutely. I just think that he's not as clever as they think he is.
No, he's very egotistical.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Ray, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I was trying to get on when you guys was talking about handwriting. I think handwriting is passed down. As a kid, my teachers would always call the house thinking that I wrote my, notes for absences because me and my mom wrote exactly the same. Like crap, chicken scratch.
So they would always have to call your house and verify that your mom wrote it?
Yeah, exactly. And I was like in 5, 6 years old, like kindergarten, first grade, all the way up to 5th, 6th grade.
Oh, well.
My theory was that since computers and iPads and it's just more typing and people are not writing as much, that could be why.
Yeah, because I see somebody say in chat that they've taken cursive writing out of schools. Like, they don't even teach that anymore in school? Like,
Yeah,
how do
actually,
you,
they don't anymore. But when Brian went to a school, you better best believe that he.
well, if they don't teach cursive writing, then how do you teach a kid to sign their name, like an actual signature?
They just put they it's just regular, no cursive.
That is crazy.
I've
That's
seen
all I
it.
write in is cursive. I never write in
I
print
do a
ever.
hybrid, but they don't teach kids cursive anymore. It's
Oh
crazy.
wow, yeah, that is crazy.
Look at all these sports stars. Do you ever see their actual like signatures on their cards or footballs or whatever, the newer ones? They're usually just the first letter of the
Uh-huh.
first name and the first letter of the last name.
Oh wow.
Not an actual like cursive signature or some squiggly lines you can't even read what it is.
Yeah.
But you know why they don't teach it anymore? Because at some point, everything they read will be on a computer or a tablet, and that doesn't have cursive.
Yeah, that is
Or
true.
type in a book.
Yeah, and a book, yeah. But cursive is an art, really.
I mean, that's all I write in is cursive. I mean,
But
that's
we don't need cursive anymore. We have chips and pin numbers to verify identity, not your signature anymore.
oh yeah, that is true too.
They teach it at private schools.
My niece goes to a private school, St. Mary's, and they do not teach cursive. But I guess it depends on the private school.
I wonder if the private schools here, if they teach it. That's interesting though. I didn't know that they took it out of school. But I mean, like Brian, like I said, Brian's signature on that piece of paper, it might have just been because he was in cuffs when he signed his name, but it literally looked like a first grader wrote it. See, cursive was a requirement. Yeah, I think that's when I started learning how to write in cursive. Was like third, fourth grade. Like,
If there was any like larger amounts of his examples of his handwriting, in case there was like someone that could do like an analysis of his handwriting, I always found that really interesting.
okay, wait. Was Casey breaking up for anybody else when she was talking?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I
Oh,
just
I'm
wanted
so
to make sure.
sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I was just making sure because if everybody on panel starts talking and it's breaking up, then that means I'm about to get kicked out of StreamYard again. So I just wanted to make sure.
Oh.
But no, you're fine.
Oh, good. I was just saying that I wish there was larger examples of his handwriting. I always find, like when people do like handwriting analysis, that I always find that quite fascinating. Hopefully, I mean, who knows? Maybe that might be something we could see at some point.
I wonder if there's like stuff that he's done, but for college though, like his classes that would probably be done on a computer though, right? Like any type of essays, like all that's like not written out anymore. Would it? Is it
I guess the only time he would sign things are when he goes to bars or restaurants and he pays for the tab.
right? Like with a credit card or something
Y-
like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe that could be a reason why he changes his signature.
Yeah, because his handwriting is very sloppy, and his dad's is too. That one piece of paper that his dad actually signed all the pieces of paper, and it was very like his signature looked like a bunch of circles. Is all it looked like. I can't remember the last time I physically signed anything. I mean, everything I do, I write down like notes and all that. A lot of people just do their notes on the computer. All mine's in notebooks.
Yeah, I still write. I mean, I'm 33 and I
Yeah.
prefer to jot it down with my hand. I mean, I have an iPad, but I'll still do like the Apple Pencil if I have to. But
Well,
writing, yeah, we still have to
my
sign for stuff.
right. I mean, my stuff is my issue is though if I write it, then I remember it better. Whereas if I'm typing it, I don't have to look at the screen at what I'm typing. Where if
I
I'm
only write
writing,
like in my composition books when I'm doing poetry or writing for my books.
Hmm. I mean, because if I'm writing, I have to physically look at what I'm writing, and I can remember it better. But yeah, if I just go to typing it, I'm not gonna remember nothing.
Anyway, I better shoot because I've got to get to work in a couple of hours. But
Okay.
hey, listen, thank you for having me. It was
Oh, you're
really lovely.
welcome. Thank you for coming up.
I'm sure I'll be back soon. But
Okay,
yeah,
yeah. Anytime you're in chat and you want to come up on panel, just let me know. You're more
yeah,
than
no
welcome.
worries. I'll be listening, so don't
Okay.
worry.
All right. We'll have a. I guess yours would be a good morning.
Yeah. Okay. See you.
All
Thank you,
right.
Casey, for charming us.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, Judy, I've got 7 or 8 notebooks on Kali. I don't know how many I got on Idaho 4. Okay, let's catch back up in chat. Let's see. Is cursive now an elective course? I don't know, Lori and CJ. They're saying that they don't teach it at all.
No, because cursive was a way to authenticate identity when you wrote checks and or drew contacts, or like when you had a contract you would sign it. But now, really, to authenticate person, you put a pin or a chip, a card. So cursive is not really that necessary anymore.
Yeah. Hey, Allie Cattails, how are you? Yeah, I don't think there's very many people out there who still write checks. Like everything is, with a debit card. Hold on, what am I? I must have missed something in chat. Hold on 1 second. Hmm. Well, maybe I did miss something in chat.
So,
Okay.
since the house was given to the university, like, I can't help but think that it's to kind of protect the school's image. What do you guys think?
I think it was a good move because then it was going to become a tourist attraction and everyone was going to want to stay there and live there and bring like bad publicity to the city. Like people are only going to go to school there to stay at that house.
I think it'd be the opposite.
Well, people are
There's
fashionalists.
there's some crazy people out there who would pay money to stay there.
Yeah.
Uh, just to say that they, even if it was, just for a weekend, to say that they stayed in the house where the 4 kids were murdered.
And they don't want that there. That's weird. And respectfully to the families.
All right.
So the reason I say that is because, of course, we said that insurance most likely declared it like a total loss,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll probably get a, you know, tax break or whatever. So I mean, everyone agrees that it's a good idea to take it down, which I agree as well. Like I'm totally for it, right?
Right.
All the neighbors and everything, they just want everybody out, right? My only thing is that I think it might be too soon when they're trying to do it, you know?
I
So,
agree.
so it's like that type of thing, like, who said that? Like, they said, like, out of sight, out of mind.
Like the
Like,
trial's not even begun and you already tore it down.
and like I said, I'm all for that. Like, they need to, it'd be great, right? Just too soon, no?
Yeah, I think they need to wait until after the trial. Like after everything, he's
Yeah.
found guilty, whatever it is, not guilty, whatever. I think then they should tear it down. But I think that if they're going to keep it until then, there needs to be some type of fence close to the road so people can't even get nowhere on the
It
property.
seems like a panic move.
Isn't there a fence all the way around the building right now?
Yeah, but it's like 2 foot away from the house. Like it's
Yeah,
literally
but
like just right up next to it.
also the defense has kept the house closed for like discovery. They're not going to have to tear it down until after the trial.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I mean, they need to wait, but the university, the president is saying
Spring.
that it's going to
Spring.
be during the spring semester that they're going to do it.
So it's an inconvenience right now.
Yeah,
But what
because
I'm saying is they can't tear it down until after the trial, until the defense lets it go. He can't say they're going to tear it down, at the spring semester, because the trial's not going to be done by
Okay,
then.
who owned the house? So basically they said take it
yeah, they
Right.
donated.
Yeah, they
But
donated it to the
to the
college.
city.
by law, the defense has the option to keep that house until the trial is done. They can't tear it down legally.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Ann Taylor's going to stop the demo then.
Well, we haven't seen
Oh,
anything on paper.
what if the private owner said, I'll give you the property as long as I tear down the house.
Well, there would
What I'm
still have
trying to
to
say,
be. There still has to be because right now, yeah, just like when Ethan's mom put out her statement and said that they still have 2 vehicles and Ethan's set of golf clubs still tied up with the defense. I'm sure the house is like that too, but I would assume that the college would go through the proper steps in order to have it tore down. And if any type of legal thing comes about, if it's still tied up with the defense, they would be like, no, you can't tear it down right now. It would have to be
So
after
the house
trial
is
or
going to
something.
be like stuck in like legal mumbo jumbo, but it'll still be up.
Yeah. I mean, the university owns the house. It's been donated over to them. They just wouldn't be able to tear it down more than likely until the judge okays them to tear it down.
Okay, so who is the person that's rushing this demolition?
I don't really know if there's anybody who's rushing it. Just the president of the university is the one, and I actually have his. Give me just one
Yes, but
second.
like who was it or
It
what
feels like
organization that said
the
no?
university. The
Who is the
university.
one that said we're gonna tear this down?
The university.
The university, but they didn't own it, right? So the person that owned the house gave it to the university.
Right, and then the university president said that they would be tearing it down.
But so then that person that gave that house up knew that when he was giving it up.
Yeah, more than likely. I'm pretty
So
sure it was discussed.
right. So then the person that owned this building already saw that building as a loss. But it could also be a big gain.
the tax write-off.
The tax write-off, dude, there you go. Now
Yeah.
you're thinking.
It's a
Okay.
tax write up, and then the most likely, although we don't know for sure, the insurance it paid it off as a complete loss.
But how do you do that? How do you do that? Like, how do you say it's a complete loss? Because if you think about it, people will want to live there.
It's a complete loss because
Yeah,
if they have
it's
to,
a biohazard more than likely. I mean, the insurance people would have walked through it, and they may have like expert people that deal with that type of stuff where something like that has happened in a house, and they probably went to it, looked at it, and been like, yeah, in order for you to fix this, it's gonna, you're gonna have to tear it completely down to the studs and replace flooring and do all of this, and it's just better to.
So he's like, it's gonna cost me too much to clean this place up. So, but the university was like, we'll take it.
I mean, I don't know if that was the exact conversation, but
I'm saying it simply for my brain on how
Yeah.
you explained it.
I'm pretty sure that whenever the house was donated over to the university, there was probably discussion between the owner and the university that it would be torn down. Okay, order to preserve crime scene expired, yes, February the 1st of 2023. Okay, so, and this is the thing that came from the college, Scott Green, which is the president there. And this was dated February 24th, and it just says, from the day we learned of the senseless deaths of Xana, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee, the outpouring of support from our Vandal family has been tremendous. Everywhere I turn, people are asking, what can they do to help? We've resulted in an incredible display of what it means to be a Vandal. The compassion, tenacity, and the resilience of our community shows in the generous actions. Early on, gracious supporters of our institution and its students gave money and support and solidarity. These dollars were ushered to the family through GoFundMe pages and to the Bruce and Kathy Pittman Emergency Fund to help students. But when Vandal alumni Gene Taft and Bob Urso, together with Bob's wife Gail, led a peer-driven effort to create scholarships for the legacy of each of the 4 students, the Vandal supporting Vandals Fund took shape. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's. Hold on. I gotta zoom in. I can't read
Vandals
this.
supporting vandals. Okay.
Okay, so it says scholarships in the memory of Xana, Ethan, and Madison have been established, and the university is working with the Gonzalez family, so forth. Wait, is this the right thing? Hold on. I'm trying to. Okay, yes, this is it. I just needed to make sure. Okay, so they're talking about the scholarships in the memory of Xana, Ethan, and Madison have been established, and the university is working with the Gonzalez family, so a 4th scholarship can be established in Kaylee's name. These endowed scholarships, funded by the Vandals supporting Vandals, will help future students as they pursue their educational journeys at U of I. Okay, let me get to the next page. So, Healing Garden and Memorial. So, early planning is underway to create a memorial for the 4 students. While the memorial will be a focal point of a garden, the garden will also be a place of remembrance of other students who have lost in a place of healing for those left behind. A university committee with students' representation is developing a plan. The garden design will incorporate class and individual student participation, and it will be located on the Moscow campus, but the exact location has not been identified.
They're really milking this, aren't they?
Mhm. Okay, so the King Street house. So the owner of the King Street house offered to give the house to the university, which we accepted. The house will be demolished. This is a healing step that removes the physical structure where the crimes that shook our community was committed. Demolition also removes efforts to further sensationalize the crime scene. We are evaluating options where students may be involved in the future development of the property. Sometimes it is hard to see beyond the tragedy, but the selfless acts and the deep engagement and loving support of our entire Vandal family reminds me that there is so much good in the world. We will never
Okay,
forget
Lindsay Neiman. Sorry.
we will never forget Xana, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee, and I will do everything in my power to protect their dignity and respect their memory. Together, we will rebuild and continue to support each other. We are Vandal Strong. Okay, so there is another thing. I have to find it though. That says that it's going to be demolished in during the spring semester. I just got to find where that was
So I
written
think
at.
for the purposes of the trial, it's crucial that they keep the house standing. It gives the
Yes.
jury a, a opportunity to work throughout, like through it all, like, to check the environment, to see what happened, what went down, what could have went down, what didn't, like, to me it just seems like it's a very selfish move on the university if they do take it down before that.
Right.
And maybe the town does want to, like, they want to move, on and stuff, but that really like justice for the victims, you know
Yeah, because I mean, there could be a jury walkthrough of the house, just like with the Alec Murdaugh thing. They took the jury out to the property.
I
Um,
was thinking the same thing. A
they
walkthrough.
And
just,
OJ Simpson, they did the same thing to his house.
I
They
mean,
did.
that could be.
They made sure they changed everything though.
I see it as like this, and somebody brought this up, and I don't remember who it was the other night that was on panel with me. If you have a body, someone has passed away, and there is an autopsy done, and then you turn around and you cremate the body, and then you arrest the person who murdered them, and then for whatever reason something is brought up and you need to go back to that body to exhume it or whatever to look for something else. If it's cremated, you can't do that, and it's the same thing with this house.
It reminds
it,
me with a case with someone that was cremated in the celebration of life. Yeah, I get you.
yeah, and so if they tear the house down and then they go to court and then there's something brought up about the house, even though there's 3D scans of it, you still want the physical thing there to go back to just in case. And I feel like that if they tear the house down before the trial, then something's going to be brought up and they're not going to be able to go back to that house for whatever it is that they need. Whether
Yeah.
it's anything outside the house, something inside the house, like I think it's too much.
Well,
I wish they would wait.
when you know a trial is coming up and the house is where everything happened, it's a huge piece of evidence. The whole house is evidence of where it all went down. So
Right.
I think I guess what I'm trying to say, when you stop to look at it as a house of horror and look at it as evidence.
As a crime scene, as yeah, it's and like I said, I know they did the 3D scans, but if I was on a jury and I had a choice to look at the actual physical house, or I had a choice to look at the 3D scans, I'm gonna want to go to the house, even though it's a horrible scene inside, and they're claiming that it's been cleaned up. And I'm pretty sure there's heavy energy there and it's very sad and everything, but I would still want to go to the physical thing instead of looking at a 3D scan on a screen. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
yeah, and think about the Amityville horror house. Think about how many people were killed there, and how and that place is still open. People can still buy the house.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of houses, murder houses. Sorry,
Oh yeah.
that people
There's a
still
lot.
live.
Like I said, tear it down, yes. But
I
when the
think
time is right.
I think the private owners were forced to sell to the town. I think
Yeah.
I think the town forced them, say, hey, you need to give us this place, or we're not going to make it easy for you to own here,
Yeah.
because the town wanted to tear it down.
Is that before the spring semester that they're trying to do it?
I've got to find it, but there was somewhere else that I read where he talks about the president of the university, where he talks about that it's going to be tore down uh, sometime during the spring semester. And I know I've got it in one of my folders on my computer. I just got to go through each one of them and find it. Okay. So you can see here how squeaky the steps are. Exactly, Brad. Like, you walk through the house. Is it squeaking? Is it creaky? Like other people who have lived there have said. Um, you know, just yeah, it's you can't get a feel for something like that if the house is tore down. You know what I'm saying? And I get it's a biohazard. They claim they went in and cleaned it up. Um,
Well, officers and investigators go in and out, so I'm sure the jury could.
right. I mean, I'm sure like they would have to be in mask and stuff like that, and maybe suits in order to go in. I just feel like
Yeah,
it
but
would
over
be
time,
better if they left it up.
how many houses stand that had so much murder in them? That's a BS reasoning to tear that house down.
Yeah,
There's something going on with the university.
I think it needs to come down, but I think it needs to wait until after the trial.
So I think it goes hand in hand with the gag order and just trying to keep everything quiet and move on, and it brings me back to what Mr. Steven, I can't say the last name. So um
Gonzalez.
yes, what he said, that they didn't want, any flyers, because and another thing he said, that he trusted Ellie, but that he had an issue because they had everything they did. They had an attorney there to see what was best for the university, and that kind of triggered him because he was like, "Well, what about the victims?" Like it kind of it brings me back to that with the whole demolish before spring and gag order, and it kind of ties it all for me in a way.
Yeah. Uh,
Demolishing things to me means you're hiding something.
oh wait, who do we? Oh, we lost Ray. Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement with it needs to come down, but I still think it needs to wait until after the trial. Leave it
Oh,
boarded up if they need to, leave it locked up, leave a fence around it. Um, if they don't want to have security there, put security cameras around there, put an alarm system on the house to make sure that nobody goes in and out of it or whatever. But it needs to wait until after the trial.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what Ray thinks.
I don't know what do I think. What were you guys talking about? I'm sorry.
About the house being tore down before the trial or after.
It's up to the defense. If the prosecution doesn't want to do the walkthrough, then it goes to the defense. So if they say it's okay, it's okay. If they say no, it's not.
Let's see some of the. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up in chat. I mean, yeah, maybe the university is going to go to the courts and ask, uh,
But I
if
mean,
they
if I was
tear it down.
the defense, I would leave that option open, for the walkthrough at minimum.
Yeah, Vero said, "What if the murders were in an apartment?" Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. If it was, if this crime here would have happened in an apartment, no, they wouldn't have tore down the whole apartment building. Um, but with it being a house, okay, all right, I got the link in the back. Thank you. Um, it makes it completely different with it being a house. Let's see. How are you feeling? Like salmon? No, I had it like it was like 100.1 earlier, a few minutes before I went live, but I don't feel hot anymore, so I think I'm good for right now.
Yeah, I wonder how the legalities go. Because let's say it was in a hotel, they're not going to rent out that hotel room until 2-3 years later. I don't see
Yeah,
that feasible.
I mean, if it was tied up with the defense, like if this would have happened in a hotel room, um, I think it may be tied up in the defense, and they probably wouldn't rent that room out until it was released. Basically, the same thing with this house, but they wouldn't have tore it down. No, I get that, but it's a house. It's different than an apartment building and a hotel. You know, if it's an apartment, more than likely they may go in and clean it, like they did the house, but they may not rent it out until after the trial, just in case for whatever reason they need to go into it.
I think it's because it's not a hotel, it's not an apartment, it's a house,
Yeah,
and
and it makes it completely different at that point.
yeah, totally different scenario. The university, I'm pretty sure, you know, had a say so, and just it benefited everybody in it.
Well, I believe the owner that donated it had some sort of financial compensation, so they're not worried about renting it out, even if they could.
Now, I mean, they may tear it down and then rebuild there, since they're going to do a memorial somewhere else on the campus. The university may rebuild there and have a college house. Or it could be in the stipulations of the owner donating the house to the college that they don't rebuild on the property,
They could put some sort of student outreach building there.
or something. Somebody brought up like a dog park, name it Murphy's Park, in honor of little Murphy. Because I'm pretty sure, which would
I
make a lot of sense because a
I
lot of
did.
the. Oh,
Sorry.
okay. I knew it was somebody, but if you think about it, it would make sense because look at all the college houses around there, and I'm pretty sure a lot of those college kids have little dogs or big dogs or whatever. But it would make perfect sense to make it into a little dog park. You know,
But that's the problem. They don't want to do the memorial there because they want out of sight, out of mind. They're
right?
gonna do it at the university because they don't want people going there for just for that reason, I guess. Or
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I
I
just
thought like a police substation.
yeah. Somebody said that too. To have something, like police wise there. Um, I don't know. I'm curious to know what they're gonna do. because they're saying that they're going to do the memorial on campus. I do know that the place that Ethan used to work at, the Tulip Farm, they're supposed to be going to the university as well and doing some gardens with the tulips there. Um, so I would assume if they're going to do a garden, that the university is going to tie it all in together, maybe in one spot, to for a memorial for all the kids, like they're saying, and that would include the 4 kids that were killed in that house, and then maybe Hannah, and maybe what's it, Hudson, and then the other girl, I forgot what her name is now. Somebody sent me a picture of her thing the other day, and I forgot the girl's name. But the one that was dating the professor, and he ended up murdering her. They have a memorial bench for her already on the college, so maybe they're going to include her as well, and if there's any other students that's passed away from the college. Let me see. Okay, Judy, thank you for sending this to me. Let me see if this is what I read. Let's see.
I want to watch chat, but every time I start hitting buttons, I jump out of StreamYard.
There was somewhere. Let me read this real quick. Judy sent me an article. I'm trying to see if this is the one that says about that they're gonna tear it down. And I'm just trying to skim through it. Okay, so the house where 4 University of Idaho students were fatally stabbed will be demolished. In a statement on the school's website, President Scott Green said Friday that a decision to demolish the house near the campus was made after its owner offered to give the house to the university. This is a healing step and removes the physical structure where the crime that shook our community was committed. Demolition also removes efforts to further sensationalize the crime scene, Green said. We are evaluating options where students may be involved in the future developments of the property. The house will be razed sometime this semester, according to the university. Demolition of the house comes, so more than 3 months after the students were killed. Okay. So it says sometime this semester, and this one, when was this done? This article came out on February the 24th as well. Okay. Trying to see if that's all it says about it. Okay, now it's just saying that the slain students' multi-story rental home, King Street, became a key focus. Okay, I'm hearing background noises.
I'm muted.
Yeah, it sounds like it's an inconvenience for them, and they want to heal and move on and this and that, which is good, but justice needs to be served for the 4 victims.
Exactly. Okay. All right, so maybe that's the one I read. I can't remember. I just remember there being one that was talking about being done this spring semester. So
I remember hearing a saying before: "Justice is swift," and that's nowadays. Justice takes years and years and years.
all right. Description. Yeah. Hey, I'm just trying to catch up in chat real quick. So I have faith in the justice system today. AM, off you go, bro. Yeah. Hey, Scott, how are you? Yep. They did find Alec Murdaugh guilty of murdering Maggie and his son Paul, and also uh, he was found guilty of in possession of a weapon during, I forgot how it was said, but anyway, he had a weapon while committing a murder or a felony crime, however it was said.
He didn't even flinch when they read that verdict. It was
Mm-mm.
like he had no
No emotion.
reaction, like he
Yeah,
was
no emotion.
expecting it or something.
I thought he was going to break down crying. Hey, Keister Bunny, how are you? I thought he was, because through the whole trial, or every time I watched it, he was crying and all snap. I thought he was, when I watched the video when they were reading the verdict. I thought he was going to cry, just break down and start crying.
All that crying could have been an act, though.
Yeah, for his brother. Did y'all when his brother was on the stand, his brother would break down crying, and me and Troll was like, "Yeah, they're both acting." Um, I never seen Buster cry in court, but today on the video, they had Alex a camera of him pulled up, and then they had a camera on Buster and had him pulled up, and you really couldn't see that he was crying, but you could see him wiping his face. Like he had tears in his eyes. And then there was something else I seen on YouTube where it said that Buster Murdaugh has lost his entire family, which I thought was sad. Because if you think about it, his dad's gone for life. His mom and brother are both dead. Really, only people he's got now is his aunt, his girlfriend, and his two uncles. And
I don't think care about him that much.
And like Scott Black said, he had no emotion. And I even thought, like, for whatever reason, this crossed my mind. I wonder if Buster did this to his mom and brother, and his dad took the blame.
I think he's just surprised that they're getting in trouble because all his life they were told, doesn't matter, we got this, we're gonna fix the system,
Yep.
And now they're paying for their mistakes, and he's shocked that he is seeing that.
Do you guys think he will appeal it?
Probably.
Yeah, he's gonna appeal it, most definitely.
9mm. Have a good night, honey. Yeah, I think he's gonna appeal it because he's already admitted to lying, with all the fraud stuff and all that. But I think he would rather go down and spend the rest of his life in jail being convicted of a liar than have murder charges and being convicted of murder.
But that's how he's gonna. I mean, did you see how he answers the questions? Like, he doesn't actually say, yes, I lied. He says, yes, I believe I may have said this.
Yeah.
If
there was a few times he said, yes, I lied to so and so, yes, I did, and then it would be like, well, no, I didn't do that because I didn't have to do that, or
right.
Yeah, I probably did. Or
he knows how to answer these questions.
Y'all, whenever he was on the stand, it was literally between him and the prosecution. It was almost like they were battling it out to see who was the best attorney. Okay, Crime Crazy, that's fine, honey. I'm gonna be ending it here in a few minutes anyway, so that'll be fine. So yeah, it was almost like a battle of the attorneys, and you could tell that Alec was wanting to get mad at times.
Dude, the courtroom is a stage. He knows how to play the shit out of that. Either end.
He knew how to work the jury and all that, but I mean, he didn't. Well, he thought he did. He wasn't too good at it though, because they didn't take it.
Well, with the national attention, he can't get away with it anymore because it's no longer up to your little town. Now the whole world knows, so you're effed.
I think he's gonna appeal it, and I think that, like you said, Scarlett, that maybe something happened to where he'd rather go down than his son for whatever reason.
Yeah, because I don't know why I thought that. It was just like every time they looked at Buster on camera, he never had any type of emotion, especially when they were talking about how Paul and Maggie, like the injuries that they got, and all these graphic details. He never had any emotion, and I just thought, well, it that seems weird. That was his mama. If he didn't have any emotion for his brother, okay, brothers have it out with each other, but that was his mama, and he had no emotion whatsoever. And I just thought, well, what if he did it, but Alec knew that he was going to jail for the rest of his life anyway? He has nothing to lose where Buster does, and he took the blame for it. And I don't know why, but it just, I don't know. And I'm more than likely I'm wrong on it. It's just the way I looked at it.
Hey, when you do something once, it's easier to do it twice and easier to do it a third time.
Right.
I mean, he's already, suspicious of killing somebody else. So how hard is it to do it again?
Yeah. there's the Stephen Smith boy, and then the Gloria lady who was the housekeeper. Um, you know,
Dude, he fucking killed all these people and he covered up shit that
yeah,
happened with the kids. That's obvious. We don't need to tiptoe around that. There's
He
no
knew
other way. There are not that many coincidences that happen.
he knew it was coming. It was just like his
Yeah.
face.
Motherfucker is called out now.
yeah,
He
What
was
you-
already going down, so he wanted to consolidate everything into one ancestor.
yeah. So I mean, just because his court stuff isn't over with. Like he's still got to come back for sentencing, but then he's got all these other the court for all the other charges that he's got.
Yeah,
So
he's still going to be in court for years.
yeah, so
These people that have that much money and ancestral influence, especially in a town like that, and then legally, they think that they're above regular people. They would do things that we would think are weird, but they freaking live their life thinking that the rules don't apply to them. And finally now the rules will
yeah,
apply to him.
and yeah, I mean, because I think though honestly, I think if his dad was still alive and was able to get up and get around, I think his dad would have tried to get him out of it. I really do. And I think that maybe that's the reason why he took the blame for Buster. I still think he's covering for him. It's just I've never seen a kid have no emotions over that type of stuff being talked about their mom being murdered. Just
Well,
I
because he was
mean,
being conditioned very early on to be that way.
it, it just but most
Conditioning.
normal people though would have
Yeah,
been hysterical and wouldn't have been able to sit in there and listen to it.
he's
And
been conditioned.
But we don't know how their household was. He might have hated his mom, and when you don't have when you have indifference towards a person because you go through different stages, it doesn't affect you.
Well, he's not mentally stable, obviously.
no, I mean, because the one time we seen him cry is whenever they said that. Well, he was wiping tears out of his eyes. Let's put it
Yeah.
that way. Uh, is when they said that Alec was guilty. You
Well,
know,
I think there's a difference between hating or disliking your parents, but then if they're no longer with you, if they got killed, I think, I mean, I would have some type of emotion, I would think.
right? Especially with the graphic details that was being talked about in there. You know,
Yeah, the nanny raised them, but she knew too much, P. Fox. She knew a lot about secret stuff. So, like, when he was
oh
going to
yeah,
trial, they could have questioned the nanny and she probably would have given them away. So, she had to be eliminated.
yeah.
My mom died, and I didn't cry for years. I showed no emotion. I mean, I felt emotion, but I didn't show no emotion.
Yeah, me and my mama don't get along, but if something happened to her, I'd be upset. But it's just, I don't know. It's just the way he was just sitting there, like, it's just another day that's going by.
Is it possible he was prepped? He said the lawyers and everyone said, just sit here, don't do anything. This is being televised. Anything you do will be scrutinized. So just sit there and just be as still as possible.
Yeah, well, somebody did say after he took the stand and was done with all that, somebody did say that he was coached really well on what to say, what not to say, how to say things, and all that.
Uh,
So they could have coached him through the whole trial and been like you're saying, don't show any emotion.
Also, people grieve differently,
That
too.
is true.
Like Ray said, did you feel it after, like maybe as years went by?
Uh, I was at work one time driving, and I cried for like an hour straight, and that was about it. And that was like 2 years after she had died,
Yeah.
and it was crazy because my sister went down like a whole staircase, like body surfed when she heard it. She was at the top of the stairs, and when she heard it, she just like fainted and just went all the way down the stairs, one after another, boom, 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 all the way down to the ground. was like, yeah, I didn't even like that. Didn't even affect me. It was actually, kind of sick in my head. I think comical. Seeing her body surf down the stairs.
Yeah, some people take stuff like that different ways, but it's just I don't know. I guess I thought with it, like I said, the graphic details and all that being talked about, he would have showed some type of emotion, but he didn't.
And my mom was my best friend in the world
Oh,
ever.
But then
Scarlett,
also
I'm
something to
gonna.
consider.
Sorry, I'm gonna drop down. Thanks for having
okay.
me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Have a good night, everybody. I'll be
All
in
right, you
chat.
too.
Okay,
Okay,
bye.
Bye.
go ahead, Aura.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I interrupted you too. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
just saying.
I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here eating. I'm just letting y'all talk while I eat.
I love it. It's also like you're saying for the people that this is why I try to put myself outside of that box, right? Well, if my kid would have done this and I would have done this, but if you've never actually been through that situation,
Mm-hmm.
like the confidence in speaking on that is, I mean, that can't be your only logic, right? You could be wrong.
Yeah.
Well, I know like some parents, I've known for sure they'll lie and kill for their kids. Even if their kids are wrong and did something like a murder, they'll lie and kill for them. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Or other parents will throw you to the fire and say, hey, "That's not my kid."
You have both ends of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. I just and somebody else in chat said that I forgot. Was it Tonka? Might have been Tonka. She said that she always thought that maybe Alec was covering for Buster. Now, I don't know. I could be wrong. Like I said.
I haven't had as generous siblings. That doesn't mean it's not possible though. Sometimes siblings throw you all under the bus. You don't even know.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that jealousy runs deep.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I'm glad I don't have any brothers and sisters. So I never had to worry about that.
You never had to share your shit. That's good.
Mm-mm. Oh, I was the only child, biologically only child, and the only grandchild. So I never
That
had to
means
worry
you
about
got
that.
all the best of everything because you didn't have to share birthdays, Christmases.
No,
Damn.
I never had any siblings until I got up about 11 or 12. And then my mama had to marry a man that had 3 kids.
I took beatings for my sister.
Oh my
She used
God.
to blame me. She would blame me on stuff, and I never said anything different. I let it happen.
See, I couldn't have no brother or sister because if they went to blaming me for something that I didn't do and I got in trouble, yeah, we would have a problem.
Yeah, but I know what my dad was capable of.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, in that situation, I get what you're saying. Glowbug says she was only child. I mean, you get lonely at times, but I always had friends that I would go stay the night with, or
You're a good lonely. You're a good like for being an only. You grew up. You're so good with like people.
yeah, I can be by myself and it doesn't bother me, or I can be around people and it doesn't bother me. So let's see. I mean, I
Well,
had
with Brian, I don't know anything about sibling. Did he? Oh, he did, right? Have siblings?
yeah, he had 2 sisters, 2 older sisters.
Oh, that's true. And one of them is in like psychology or something.
Um, I
Maybe
think
because his little brother was autistic in some way.
I believe that both of the sisters have something to do with psychology and counseling and therapy and all that. Um, I don't think it's the same job, both of them, but I think they're both in that have something to do with that. Mm, wait, you're the best when you're angry, cousin Prince. Scott, I've been trying not to get angry. Okay, Miss Amir says she believes that Buster did it. I mean, you know, it would make sense. Like I said, Alec had nothing to lose because he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail anyway, or in prison. Um, so if and Buster had everything else to lose, like he's done lost his entire family. More
So
than
my
likely,
thing is what wasn't his previous charges due to financial malfeasance?
yeah, he was stealing money from his clients. They would get these big settlements and stuff like that, and he was taking money from them. There was one
And
girl. Uh,
wasn't the assets in the mother's name?
I believe Moselle was in the mother's name. I believe. Uh, and then I don't know about the beach house that they had, but after she had died, after Maggie had died, he put the whole Moselle estate up for sale.
Yeah, look, all the money that he took, a lot of it that he took from his clients, he
Hmm.
would just recycle that back to the people like in the community, like the mayor, any other representative. Like he would pay them, any judges, and he would basically like turn that money around and make sure that he was always liked. You think that he was the only person that abused his power and the money that he got? Dude, he was spreading that wealth around.
No, he wasn't the only one.
There are other people that he was paying off, but they're not going to say who they are, so they're going to throw him under the bus only.
But they're saying though that there's like a large amount of money that's still missing,
Because there are other people he gave it to.
and so I'm pretty sure wherever he's got the money at, Buster probably knows about it.
No, I'm saying like he has paid off judges and lawyers, and
Oh yeah,
that's where
I
that
was alluding to he was doing this to set up Buster, financially.
yeah. That could be it too, because he
no
said that
he
that was the reason why he tried to unalive himself. He
yeah
knew that if he did it his own self, there's a clause in the life insurance policy. But if he had somebody else to do it, like cousin Eddie, then he was trying to set up Buster because he didn't want Buster to have to deal with the stuff that he had done, all the stuff
yeah.
he had done wrong.
But notice how he wrote a letter confessing that. To me, this is going to lead to an insanity plea from the dad.
For
I
the
tried to kill
financial stuff.
myself, but then I wrote a letter that said that I was trying to do that because I was trying to do this. He's gonna try to play that mentally unstable card.
Okay, so the beach house was in Maggie's name also. Okay. I know that they said that Moselle was in her name, but she didn't like staying at Moselle. She liked staying um, at the beach house. That she wasn't really happy there at the. I mean, because if I had a choice to be at a beach house or in the middle of the woods where that property was at, I'd want to be at the beach house too.
Yeah, me too. The other property be just for hunting.
Right. I mean, the other property, the Moselle, was a nice property. It was a big, huge, gorgeous house, and the property's nice, but
Stinky dogs and flies. I'm good.
um, the beach house would have been a lot better. And yeah, I mean, he sold millions from clients. There was like one client that this lady, it was either her granddaughter or her daughter. I can't remember. They never could remember which one it was, but she had lost either granddaughter or daughter, and he took her whole entire settlement and lied to her about it, and she didn't get anything. He took the money away from Gloria's kids, uh, like just several people that had a huge settlement, and he would end up taking, like, he would get his cut out of it, uh, his attorney fees out of it, and then take more off the top from it than what he was supposed to.
And then he would tell people, have this type of accident or do this, and I will be your representative and we will sue and I will get. He would plan shit just like his suicide, but not really murder thing.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
That's what he did with the housekeeper. He said, well, let's just make it look like it was a accident at my house and then we can file a claim.
Didn't the kids finally get some sort of part of the settlement?
No, they didn't. He said
They
they were going to
did.
get it, but they
I
never
thought
did.
they recently did. I thought I saw something say that they recently did.
Not the full claim.
Yeah, I don't think if they got any of it, it wasn't the whole thing. Shannon said he was getting loans from their trust accounts, which the bank approved, so they were just as guilty. Yeah, there was like multiple people. Because I remember him. Did he say something about the guy at the bank? Was he the one that didn't know about it? Or was there was somebody else? I don't remember. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but it was something to do with the bank. He would just go in there and tell the person he needed the money, and they never questioned him for it. Okay. Oh, let me read through the chat real quick before I have to end it.
So was he like executors? You know, he had the power of attorney and he was executor.
I don't know. I don't know how he did that. Buster got $750 for defense, $500 for him, and the rest went to the accident settlement. Okay. He extended a contract of responsibility for $6.5 million to the housekeeper's family. His brother is an executor. I know that they sold the property. Like somebody else owns it now. How was he functioning without all the drugs? So done with it. I don't know. The way he was explaining, it was like 2,000 milligrams of whatever a day that he was taking. And now he don't. Well, they're claiming that he was slipped something while in court, and they had to. They had to make him do a drug test. Yeah, that's what it is, Shannon. It was listed for 3.9 million, which is like 1,779 acres. There's multiple ponds. There's all the buildings, the kennels, the big huge house. The property goes across the road. It's got pine trees planted on it, which can be cut in a few years. It's got hunting, fishing. Like it's a hunter's paradise basically there. It was like humanly impossible to take as many as he claimed. Right. I just don't see how somebody has the time to take that many pills a day. That's what was crazy. See, when
I was taking pills, I would take a lot.
Yeah, that's like the Rush Limbaugh dude.
Miss Ma'am, I'm going to jump down.
Okay, thank you for coming up. Have a good night.
You too. Have a good night, y'all. Bye.
All right, thank you. Yeah, that's like when Rush Limbaugh came out, was talking about how many pills he was taking a day. I was just like, how does people have time to take that many pills in one day? Jen, they only deliberated for 3 hours.
I took 8 somas at once on accident, and I think I had a stroke.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because they're like, what, 350 milligrams, aren't they?
I can't remember. It was over 20 years ago. But my ex I would give them to her just in case I had some if I ran out.
Mm-hmm.
And she had a bottle of ibuprofen. I never took ibuprofen before. Mm-hmm. And I just dumped out 8 because it said 200 milligrams on it. And I took 8, and they were the somas. They weren't ibuprofen.
Oh, wow. I bet you were knocked out for a while too, wasn't you?
Half of my body was, I went to my neighbor's house across the street and told them to watch me, and if anything happened, call 911. Called my ex, made her leave work to take me to the hospital.
Oh, wow.
But half my body went, like it was paralyzed.
Well, at least you're okay now, though.
I don't take pills out, not at all. I ended up getting my medicinal card at that time. It was like 2,000.
Yeah. Oh, that is crazy. Well, at
So
least
yeah, I switched pills for weed.
yeah, at least you're okay though now.
Yeah.
Let me just see, was that the way he had money? Because there's no way he was taken. I mean, it could have been King Scarlet. He might have. They did arrest him while he was in rehab, though. So he might not have been taking that many pills, but he still might have had that addiction. And the extra money that he's claiming that he was using to buy all the pills, he could have been hiding. So he was taking an enormous amount of opiates along with someone eventually drinking a large form at night to sleep. Oh wow, Keister Bunny. Well, I'm just glad that y'all are all good now, though. Bank account. Okay. All right, y'all. I think I'm just gonna get out of here for tonight. So the weather, I think it's good for tonight. I think it all went above us. Ted, I forgot exactly where you're at, but if that weather, the bad weather comes through there, y'all be safe. Recovery. Oh, congratulations, Keister Bunny. Okay, y'all. So yeah, I'm about to get out of here so I can go to bed. Let's see. Nobody has birthdays coming up. All right. Let's see. Take it. Well, okay. I'm trying to catch up, make sure I'm caught up with everything. So, all right, yeah, I'm about to get out of here. Tonka, have a good night. Globa, congratulations. So anybody who is now sober, congratulations. My birthday is March 6th. Do I have your birthday? Oh, Tonka, I don't have your birthday. Hold on. Let me grab a piece of paper. Now that I got my big calendar, I'm writing everybody's birthdays down on it. So Tonka's is March 6th. I'm going to put it up there as soon as I end this. Glowbug, you're very welcome. Casey, have a wonderful night, and thank you so much for coming up. Lori and CJ, have a good night. Stevie, have a good night. So yeah, I'm about to get out of here, y'all. Ray, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out with us. Wait, Scott, is it really your birthday today? No, it's not. I got your birthday wrote down. Today is not your birthday. Miss Amir, have a good night. Yeah, I remember you giving me your birthday the other day, and I wrote it down on the calendar. Trying to sneak in a birthday. Okay, so real quick before I end it, does anybody have a birthday that they would like me to put on the calendar that did not give it to me the other night? Besides you, Scott, because you did give me your birthday. I do remember. I just don't remember when it is. King Scarlet, it's not his birthday. Scott's got jokes tonight, y'all. Okay, Ray is a 12. November the 16th. 1, 3. So I'm getting yours 8/29. What's happening in March? Princess Megan, I'm just taking everybody's birthdays down. Scott, I'm gonna write yours down, but I know I already have it. I remember you giving it to me the other day. Sheila, hey Sheila, how are you? Sheila's is August the 18th. Shannon the 7/8. Okay. How many more days until the trial? Okay, hold on. I gotta grab my other calendar. Give me just 1 second, y'all. If I can reach it. Okay, we have got. See, it's the 3rd now, so we've got 114 days until the trial. Okay, I was born one day after the Fools. So, Brad, yours is April the 2nd. That's 3 birthdays and 4 days in my immediate family. Ray, my family's like that too. Me, my mama, my stepbrother, and my cousin are all 4 days in a row. Okay, so I think I got everybody's. All right, Brad, I got yours too for April the 2nd. Tomorrow is. So wait, they're doing the sentencing tomorrow, Scott? I knew that he said because of it being so late today that they were gonna schedule it because they have the victims impact and all that they have to do, but I didn't realize it was going to be tomorrow. Okay, so at 9:30. Oh wow. Okay, Lori and CJ, yours is August the 19th. Okay, I got theirs. Okay, so yeah, Scott, tomorrow, whenever I go live, if you want to come up and talk about it, you're more than welcome to. Okay, maybe you've gotten clean before. None of this would happen. So done with it. That is true. If he wouldn't have been stealing people's money, it more than likely would have never led up to him murdering his wife and son. He gets away. Yeah, Scott, I'm still sorry about that. I thought you were some crazy troll. That's why I didn't let you up that night. All right, sweet Katie, have a wonderful night. All right, y'all. I'm just gonna get out of here. I got everybody's not emails, birthdays wrote down, so I'm gonna get them on the calendar. So thank you all for coming and hanging out with me tonight. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.